sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, or brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. There are dreams, we stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. Make a better world, make a better world. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are needs for dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. You make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are needs for dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. You make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are needs for dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. There are needs for dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. There are needs for dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. 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 Where we live for me. For our children for me. Where we live for me. For our children for me. Where we live for me. For our children for me. The world we live for me. For our children.
Good evening again. Welcome to day 2 of the Odyssey. How's the evening after the day before? Let us continue our Odyssey and dive into this new virtual world. If day 1 left you breathless, wait for day 2 to unfold. To give us a recap, I would like to invite back on stage our convener for this journey, RI Director Kamal Sun.
What a fantastic first day ride on the Odyssey. We were enthralled by the vision of our world leader Shekhar. Hearing Sri Kumar Mangalam Birla was a treat. We were deeply inspired for doing good in the world by Sonu Sood and Swami Gaur Gopal Das. The panel discussion with the illuminaries gave us an insight into what is ahead of COVID for our nation. Performances from Sri Lanka, Russia and India were a visual treat. The day ended with each one of us hitting the floor, laughing to the tune of Atul Khatri. Today will again be a voyage into the realms of knowledge. Speakers talking on the world peace, environment, diversity, equity and inclusion, digital reality, equity for women and brand Rotary. So fasten your seat belts and enjoy the voyage.
Rotary, that spells Rotary. R-O-T-A-R-Y is known on land and sea. From north to south, from east to west, it profits most who serves the best. R-O-T-A-R-Y, that spells Rotary. R-O-T-A-R-Y, that spells
Taking the first shift today is someone who knows the media industry inside out. She's founder and president of an award-winning media production agency in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, and will be president of Rotary International through 2022-23. From winning peace medallions to leading efforts as the co-chair of the End Polio Now Countdown to History Campaign Committee, she's changing the world for the better every day. Talking to us about the mathematics of a brand, please welcome Rotary International President nominee, Jennifer Jones.
Greetings, my dear friends in zones 4, 5, 6, and 7. It is such a joy to be here with you today as you begin to embark on a great journey toward leading your districts and your clubs. I have had the great fortune to spend time with so many of you and the respected leaders of your 4 zones. Let me humbly acknowledge each of these great leaders and say all protocols observed. This year has challenged the world in ways no one could have ever anticipated. COVID-19 has changed the way that we work, socialize, and even celebrate. And finally, we're starting to see hope on the horizon. Hope for access to vaccines. Hope that once again we can be together in person. And yes, hope, the kind that heals our hearts. Yes, there are still some challenging times ahead, but the world needs us now more than ever. And Rotarians need each other to stay connected and to continue to take action against COVID-19. That is the leadership that's being entrusted to each of you as leaders in our great organization, to be brave and to be intentional with your actions. I want to share a story with you about when I served as a club president. I must say that I loved being a club president so much that I really hated sitting down at the end of the year. That year was 2001, and I was one of then President Rick King's Regal Eagles. It was also the year that we all know that was 9/11. Who will ever forget what happened on that fateful day? My home club meets on a Tuesday, and around 10 a.m., I started receiving calls and emails asking if our meeting was going to be canceled on that day. I knew at that moment that we needed to be together, to be in shared experience. As you know, I'm Canadian, and on that day, as the meeting began, we stood facing the American flag and sang the Star-Spangled Banner, their anthem, and we wept alongside our friends on the other side of our border. Our speaker that day was a young Rotary scholar who was heading to study in Poland. We very quickly changed the format, and he and I simply sat in front of our club and had a discussion. And he had the most profound observations about peace. The love and support for each other and for our American friends on that day was profound. And it's times like these that you truly feel the impact of the family of Rotary. Over the past several months, these are the same kinds of moments that have played out across the globe over and over again. Our ability to look out for each other, to weep together, to pray together, and to protect each other, both physically and mentally. You are embarking on a great journey, and that one is going to fill you with many personal opportunities for growth and leadership development. I am sure that many of you have heard this quote from Maya Angelou. She said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." That's the family of Rotary. I guess what I'm saying is be that person. Be the kind of leader who's brave enough to say and do nice things for your members and their families. They will never forget how you made them feel. And the even greater reward, you will never forget how it makes you feel. So, a question. How many of you are nervous about assuming a new leadership challenge in Rotary? I suspect there's a few hands that may have gone up, and that's good. That means that you care. It's the same as public speaking. I think when you get too comfortable, you should stop doing it. Having a healthy sense of nerves, it keeps us on our toes, and we know that we're putting our best forward to those around us. That's what we do. I want to spend the rest of my time with you talking about something very near and dear to my heart, and that's the creation of Rotary moments and Rotary's public image. It used to be that we were encouraged to do our good work quietly and not for recognition. It really has been only the past decade where telling our Rotary stories has become one of our key strategic initiatives. What we've learned is that when we tell our stories, like-minded people want to join with us. It's actually our greatest membership tool. Who in this room, this virtual room, doesn't have an amazing Rotary story? Each and every one of you has experienced the joy of a Rotary moment. It's taking it that next step and understanding that when you share them, you can help change people's lives. When the simple and the ordinary collide with intention, it becomes extraordinary. Rotary provides you with a platform this year, and a powerful one, to help shape how people see our organization. So, what are the stories that you have to tell, and how can you share them? The best way that I can express it is that you want to paint a story with your words. It's about putting forward the human face and making the emotional connection. Your lives are rich with content, and your own personal stories are a powerful way to connect with Rotarians and beyond. It's about taking a step back and looking at situations in your life and appreciating the lessons that they provide for you and for others. And then it's about sharing them. Imagine if we could engage our 1.2 million members as the greatest storytellers of our organization's accomplishments. Everything we do as Rotarians affects our image and our brand. Quite simply, our ability to tell our story in a compelling way affects how our organization is perceived. A decade ago, I completed one of the biggest challenges of my life. My husband Nick and I, we climbed nearly 20,000 feet to reach the top of Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, Africa. It was part of a personal challenge and also part of a Rotary fundraiser. It took 5 days to reach the summit. The first day in lush forest, the second in thick brush, the third in low scrub, and the fourth day was like landing on the moon, craters, and no sign of life. Now, let me explain to you, climbing Kilimanjaro is not a technical climb like Everest. The battle with Kili is altitude. And for me, it was a journey to the depths of positive thinking. By the time we arrived at base camp, above 15,000 feet, 2 of our team members were exhibiting mild signs of altitude sickness, mild to medium. It begged the question, should we really be doing this? The summit is attempted at midnight, and it takes somewhere between 6 to 7 hours. It's done at this time because the temperature drops to minus 20, and it freezes the ground so that you can get better traction. Each group that attempts the climb is led by a team of guides, and this is because it's a coveted job because of the very precious tips that they receive. Now, this is where the story for me becomes very personal. As we set out that night with only a miner's light on each of our heads leading the way, I was torn by whether to feel exhilarated by the opportunity or terrified by the fact that something could go wrong. It wouldn't be until we reached ground level that we would learn that a guide from another team had died that night, and a 22-year-old man from England was in cardiac arrest. Our guides, while we climbed, they sang Christmas songs in Swahili, and the rhythm of their music helped to create a pace to our steps. Pole pole in Swahili means go slow. It was the mantra of the climb. You see, the best way to ward off altitude sickness is to stay very well hydrated and to take time to adjust to each level by going very slowly. Pole pole. Now, I must confess that I entered into this climb perhaps a little too lightly and without a full appreciation of the dangers. I suppose I knew them, but I was excited by the adventure and most eager to reach the top of the African continent. It seemed like we had been climbing forever when our guide shared that we were only a quarter of the way to the top. It was also at this point that our water, even insulated, was frozen. It took everything in my being to stay focused and to put one foot in front of the other. Inside, I was questioning why was I on the side of this mountain, and I had to dig really deep to stay positive. I was ready to throw in the towel countless times, but to what end? There was no easy way out. That last hour was the most difficult and required a lot of rock climbing. And it was just as the sun was peaking above the horizon that we reached the top. The sky transitioned from a thick carpet of stars to an orange tapestry of color. Now, I tell you this story because it's about climbing to great heights. And isn't Rotary a story that we should be shouting from the top of every mountain? I also see this climb as a metaphor for life and about the things and how we frame the things that are important to us. What are the stories in your own club and district that help to bring Rotary to life? As a global network of professional business and community volunteers, Rotary is a brand that unites the world. We simply have to climb the mountain and shout just that little bit louder. Each one of you are ambassadors of our great message, and it begins daily simply by wearing your Rotary pin. We see now more than ever that clubs that have good public relations are clubs that are growing. Public relations is actually one of our best progressive tools for membership, both for recruitment and retention. When we tell our stories, like-minded people want to join with us. It makes it so much easier to ask someone to be part of Rotary when they already know who we are and what we're doing. And likewise, there's such a sense of pride that's created within our ranks when we see our stories being shared. Members feel good about what they're doing, and in turn, we're all buoyed and want to continue doing more. It's a great way to keep our members engaged. If you've gleaned anything in the past few moments, I hope it's that good public relations is about telling our stories. You may, however, still be asking, how do I make this happen when I'm not an expert? Well, the first thing you have to realize, it's not your job alone. Good public relations is every member's obligation. We're all ambassadors of this organization. So how do we showcase what's valuable to us? Well, not long ago, I was in Chicago visiting my brother. We went shopping one afternoon, and the only thing I wanted to purchase was a gratitude journal. This was a trend a few years ago where you would write down 3 things a day that you were grateful for, the premise being that it would help you to manifest the power of positive thinking. I thought this was a really good idea. We were in a lovely little boutique when I found my book. Very quietly, I said to Nick, "Honey, this is my gratitude journal." I looked around a little bit more and then went up to the counter to pay. I watched as the clerk went down to one end of the counter and took out this beautiful tissue paper and carefully wrapped the book. He then went down to the other end of the counter where he found a blue box with gold lines, and he finished it up with an elaborate ribbon. And then he came forward to give it to me. He said, "I couldn't help but overhear what you said, that this is going to be your gratitude journal." He said, "I want to be the first entry in your book. I want you to write that the man that sold you this book made it an even more beautiful experience." He is indeed the first entry. So how do we showcase what's important to us? What's the packaging, the special ribbons that we wrap around Rotary to make it even more beautiful? We do it through public relations. We do it by telling our story. Rotary, a brand that brings the world together. And so I carry this message here today to say thank you. Thank you for all that you have done and all that you are going to do. You have already been touched deeply by this organization, or you wouldn't be participating here today. When you tell your story, you're inspiring your clubs, your districts, recharging their batteries, and preparing them for the year ahead. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being such a vital part of Rotary International.
Playing the golden notes, flautist Palak Jain plays specially for the Rotary Institute. Sabira Merchant is our own Professor Higgins. She's an actress, corporate finesse and pageant trainer. She has been associated with Miss India pageant for over 25 years and has trained the likes of Priyanka Chopra, Lara Datta, Yukta Mukhi, Diana Hayden, Aryan Vaid, Raghu Mukherjee for international beauty pageants. Having been bestowed with various awards and acclaim, some of her most celebrated achievements include an award by the All India Critics Association and being voted one of the top 10 female theatre personalities in India. She also teaches communication skills, corporate grooming, body language, public speaking, and confidence building to make you into charming personalities. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Sabira Merchant to charm you.
A short introduction to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, eminent statesman and politician, distinguished teacher and award-winning author in myriad fields, man of noble spirit, having served as a peacekeeper, refugee worker, and administrator at the highest levels, serving as Under Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Shashi Tharoor really needs no introduction. He is a pioneer in using the social media as an instrument of political interaction. If I really had to get down to reading his accomplishments and his knowledge of the English language, there would be no time left for interaction. He currently has 4.2 million followers.
7.8.
Oh my goodness me, that's amazing. Thank you for that.
You have an out-of-date CV, I can see.
Well, prior to embarking on his political career, Dr. Tharoor served on the board of the overseers of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy and was also appointed as international advisor of the Red Cross in Geneva. He's the father of twin sons Ishan and Kanishk and of Shiv. Currently, he represents Thiruvananthapuram constituency as MP for the Congress Party in the Lok Sabha and chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs.
No longer. Well, it's information technology now.
Information and technology, right. Thank you for that correction. He was awarded by the Sahitya Academy for his book, An Era of Darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Thank you. Good to be with you. And I must say that I have a long and friendly association with Rotary International. When I left the United Nations, they very graciously made me a lifetime honorary member. So here I am, I'm one of you.
Oh, wonderful. I didn't realize that. You know, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that information. I'm so happy. Fellow Rotarian, as I might call you. Right, so let me just pose my first question to you. We just have 8 very simple questions, or at least they will be simple to you. They are not to me. They seem pretty complicated to me. But the first question here goes, is Rotary with its 35,000 plus clubs and 1.2 million members is a unique organization of its kind. Each day, our members pour their passion, integrity, and intelligence into projects that have a lasting impact, putting in approximately 16 million volunteer hours each year. For over a century now, Rotarians have bridged cultures and connected continents to champion peace, fight illiteracy and poverty, promote clean water and sanitation, and fight disease. We also work in concert with many bilateral and multilateral organizations. Now, sir, what would be your advice to develop our engagement further?
Well, first of all, I think it's one must pay tribute to Rotary for all that is already done. You've given us a quick summary in your question. I would go even further and say that in many ways, what Rotary has accomplished in the areas, for example, in India of polio eradication, in many parts of the world in disease prevention and treatment, in the fields of maternal and child health, water and sanitation, literacy, all sorts of fields. And the success of Rotary in raising, I gather, literally over $1 billion for various good causes. And to do so, honestly, so unsung and underappreciated. I was looking through the list of Nobel laureates the other day, and I'm surprised that Rotary has never been given the Nobel Prize for what it very, very richly deserves to have done for the world. So this contribution is so outstanding that first of all, one needs to pay tribute to it, but then second, one has to say it's almost presumptuous for anybody else to advise Rotary to do anything more than what you're already doing. I really think that the basic motto that most Rotary clubs recite with pride, service before self, is an amazing credo to follow. And I think the efforts being made by Rotarians, organized in clubs and districts and governorships and national and international levels around the world, in so many good causes, have transformed lives, whether it's the lives of individual patients who've been assisted for life-saving operations, or whether it's actually the work they've done on a national scale. And I come back again to polio because it was such an extraordinary accomplishment in a country like India, where so many people, right up to my generation, suffered from polio, and to see it completely gone. That kind of activity takes a network, takes funding, takes commitment, and takes a terrific amount of willingness to strive on until the results are accomplished. All of this, I think, is more than enough. So keep doing what you're doing is my first piece of advice. I was very struck when I was given a Rotary Award some years ago in India by a group of Rotary clubs in Calcutta. They talked about the four-way test, which of course goes back half a century or more in the Rotary spirit. That if all the things we think, say, or do cover satisfactory answers to four questions: is it true? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? That is the litmus test to be applied. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that is absolutely terrific. And those principles, which I believe Rotarians are committed to living up to everywhere, those principles, married together with a tremendous international fellowship, a willingness to exchange experiences and to learn from each other, all of this have made you such a strong organization that you should just keep going at it. You've recently, in recent years, extended yourselves much more to young people, Rotaract and other groups for youth. That's been terrific, because I think it's wonderful seeing young students, college students, and people just out of college already imbibing that spirit of service that Rotary is so well respected for and well known for. And I think that kind of cooperation at a young age will be precisely what will see them through an adulthood of service and giving. So really no new ideas to offer, except to recognize what you've already done so very well, and to say to all of you, please continue with that. Please continue maintaining the emphasis on high ethical standards in everything people do, because unfortunately our world, and we know this so well in our country, Sabira, our world has become so corrupted and devoid or denuded of human values, of the loftier values that we're all taught to aspire to, but which we sadly disregard in daily life and daily work. So maintaining high ethical standards, respecting the worthiness of all useful occupations, and treating people with respect and dignity. These are things that non-Rotarians should also do, and Rotarians could set an example of in their daily lives. So really, that's all I would have to say. More of the same, emphasis on the right things, and Godspeed. May more success follow in your efforts.
Thank you. That's such a heartwarming reply. Thank you, Rotarians. Please make note of that. My next question to you is about world peace. World peace is the concept of an ideal state of happiness, freedom, and peace within and among all people and nations on earth. Various religious and secular organizations have the stated aim of achieving world peace through addressing human rights, technology, education, engineering, medicine, or diplomacy used as an end to all forms of fighting. The United Nations has been in the vanguard of this effort. Being an alumnus, so as to say, of the United Nations, what do you think has been its success rate?
Well, I think it's been better than many people give it credit for, Samira. And at the same time, it hasn't been perfect. I mean, the first and most obvious answer is, well, if there wasn't a UN, we might have had World War III, because don't forget the first 50 years of the century, the first 45 years of the century, the 20th century, were so appalling. They included 2 world wars, countless civil wars, mass displacement of millions of people in various countries, the horrors of the Holocaust and of Hiroshima. I mean, if you look at those 45 years that began the 20th century, you would think that humanity was destined for self-destruction. And I think we are privileged that somehow in the midst of all of this carnage, there emerged a generation of statesmen and stateswomen who had the vision to say never again and to construct an institution like the United Nations to actually tackle it, to prevent the world from going to hell in the proverbial handbasket. And there was no World War III because, as some far-seeing statesman rightly said, if we actually fight a World War III, then World War IV will have to be fought with slings and arrows because we would have completely destroyed everything else. Yes. And I think that that's something which the UN gets some credit for. The UN didn't prevent all wars and conflicts, and we know that from our own experience in the last 75 years. But I would say that many of the conflicts were either marginalized by being contained within smaller areas and zones, or at least ended periodically where they couldn't be resolved permanently. And at the same time, these conflicts were never allowed to ignite a superpower conflagration that would have consumed the entire world. So I don't want to pretend that world peace blissfully descended upon us because of the UN, since if you were in any of the many wars that were fought at this time, whether the Korea War, the Vietnam War, the Israel-Arab conflicts, of which there have been at least 3 significant ones, the Indo-Pakistan wars, of which there have been 3 or 4, the Tanzania-Uganda war, all the civil wars in Yugoslavia, Georgia, and Mozambique, you would say, well, what is this world peace? It's an illusion. But the truth is that all of these were limited. There was an immediate attempt made to solve them and to bring about peace. In many cases, peace is proven to be enduring. In some cases, it has often broken down, as with the Israel-Arab conflict, in that the peace of 65 broke down in 73, and then we've had other short, sharp wars in the region. But the fact is that at least some sort of temporary peaces have been brought about. And if I were to look at the other milestones in this period of 75 years, I think the UN's contribution to decolonization, the end of colonial oppression, the emergence of new states. You know, we went from 35 independent members of the United Nations back in 1945 to 193 today. And that suggests the onset of freedom in many places. Development is no longer just a theory. People's and their lives have changed so much. We saw it first immediately after World War II with the rebuilding of Europe and Japan, but now so many countries have emerged from dire poverty and even destruction, such as South Korea and other countries in Southeast Asia, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam itself, are all now prosperous and flourishing countries. And I would say that that's been a good advertisement for the world. While we are no stranger, sadly, to disease, and we're now living with a pandemic, on the whole, the health of the world has improved. There's much more consciousness of women's rights, much more consciousness of racial injustice and the determination to oppose it. Apartheid will no longer be possible in this world. Environmentalism, which no one had even heard of before the 1960s, is now taken for granted as an issue all of us must be conscious of. And of course, there was this entire revolution of globalization, which sadly has also produced its own backlashes now. And there are backlashes we haven't fully resolved. Terrorism is one example of it. But at the same time, look at the way the world has changed in these 75 years. Technological change, the information and communications revolution. Computers were a rarity when man first sent a rocket to the moon. Now we have more computing power than their entire Houston lab had in our hands in a mobile phone. Satellite TV brings us events from half a world away directly into our living rooms. The internet enables us to connect with friends literally instantly, even if they're thousands and thousands of miles away. I remember the days when I was young enough to be corresponding with pen pals abroad, where you stuck a stamp on an aerogram and waited 3 weeks or 4 weeks for a reply. Those days have gone, been transformed. Now we are hearing about artificial intelligence, dramatic medical advances because of technology, diseases being responded to with new methods. Space exploration is opening up new vistas and new worlds for us. I remember again as a child, it was a stuff of science fiction fantasy to imagine a video call where we could see the person we were speaking to. Today, not only are you and I doing this today from hundreds of miles away from each other, but we can do it on our mobile phones, reach our loved ones. When I first went to America as a graduate student, it was $12 a minute to call my parents, and believe me, I couldn't afford that. So they heard from me by mail, by snail mail. Today, it's a free WhatsApp call if you want to see your loved one and speak to them. So all of these things have been so wonderfully transformative that I want us to be aware that peace in the broader sense of the enhancement of possibilities in human beings' lives, that peace has dawned and is flourishing.
Thank you so much for that. That's true. You know, I had a card come the other day to wish me Merry Christmas, and I was so excited just looking at that card with that stamp in place. Made me think of the old days when we used to, as you said, snail mail was the order of the day.
Right.
So, yes. The next question is a slightly different one. An Odyssey is a long and eventful journey. The Trojan War took 10 years, and Odysseus' journey home took another 10 as he took the long way, 20 years in all. Since 1945, humankind has been on the road towards peace for 75 years. What would you say are some of the milestones in this journey?
Interesting question. I was glad you're not going to quiz me on the Odyssey. I know it's about this wonderful Greek hero Odysseus, who, the king of Ithaca, who journeyed home after the Trojan War, and Homer wrote this wonderful, wonderful epic poem. But yes, his journey home and our journey since 1945, I wouldn't say it's the same thing. I mentioned to you that I was looking at the Nobel Peace Prizes the other day, and I think those would be a good signpost for the answer to the question as to what the major milestones have been in the journeys for peace. Because if you look at who's won the Nobel Peace Prize since 1945 and for what, I think you get a good sense of what the milestones are. And they seem to be, for example, a lot of prizes for ending conflicts, as well as for peace efforts and disarmament in general. And there have been peace prizes for ending the wars in Vietnam, the Suez Crisis, the war in Ireland, civil war in Colombia, one in Guatemala. There have been prizes for UN peacekeeping, for the European Union, and for individuals like former Finnish President Martti Ahtisaari, former US President Barack Obama, the Swedish writer and diplomat Alva Myrdal, and so on. So peace in the literal sense of stopping people shooting each other has been achieved, and that's a major set of milestones. Then there have been Nobel Prizes given for trying to end conflicts. And those include the conflicts in the Middle East, Ethiopia, Eritrea, where the prize in some ways may seem premature, Samira, because the conflicts have either resumed very quickly, as in the case of Ethiopia, Eritrea. A year after the Nobel Prize, the same president who won the Nobel is busy going to war with the country when he made peace with. Or as in the Middle East, it keeps cropping up. Then there have been prizes for finding peaceful solutions to injustices. And that's something we should never forget in talking about peace. South African apartheid, for example, 2 or 3 Nobel Prizes for that. Argentina and Guatemala's civil rights violations of the rights of indigenous people, Gandhian peace efforts there. Burmese military rule when Aung San Suu Kyi was a prisoner of conscience. Those are also milestones for peace. Then there have been prizes for opposing cruel means of warfare. Prizes in particular, large number of prizes for opposing nuclear weapons, educating people about the dangers of nuclear weapons, trying to ban or restrict or outlaw nuclear weapons. Same with chemical weapons. A prize for opposing landmines. An interesting prize for trying to ban sexual violence in war. So all of those acts of cruelty are being consciously opposed and recognized and rewarded. Then ordinary individuals and agencies that are making efforts to alleviate suffering. Mother Teresa is a great example. Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Borders. The World Food Programme, Feeding the Hungry. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees, which I had the privilege to serve. And we were all given a copy of the certificate and told, you know, you're all 256th Nobel laureate, which is a wonderful thing to hear. Then prizes for the promotion of rights of women and children. I mentioned that as a major accomplishment when I talked about women, and there have been many prizes for women's activities, but also for children. UNICEF, Malala Yousafzai and her campaign for education for girls. Vital things like that. Now there are prizes for the environment, for defending the environment. Wangari Maathai, Al Gore, people like that have got it. Greta Thunberg, I'm sure, will be a name we'll all be conjuring with in years to come. Prizes, of course, for the Green Revolution, Norman Borlaug, who by inventing new techniques of agriculture and new kinds of seeds has ended poverty and hunger in many parts of the world. And what's striking is, you know, when we think about peace, and you know, I often say, for example, I'm like everybody else in politics, I attack terrorism all the time, but I also add, don't forget the daily terror of hunger, poverty, and disease. That's what many people experience. Their lives are not only ending because of bombs and weapons. And then, of course, the efforts for prisoners of conscience. The young man in China who since died, who was given a Nobel Prize. Amnesty International has been given a Nobel Prize. There have been all these milestones that I think we can proudly point to. Just looking at the Nobel Peace Prizes are a yardstick for what the world has seen and recognized as part of the major effort to recognize the journey towards peace, the Odyssey that we are all embarked upon at this time.
Yes, right. Thank you so much for that answer. The series Star Trek labels space as the final frontier. The theme for this session is peace, the first frontier. With apologies to Jane Austen, while peace may well be Elizabethan, there are a lot of Darcys around with prejudice. How distant is peace? What should humankind be doing differently?
Well, I think that's a very good question, to which the answer is we should be raising consciousness and educating people much more. And I don't just mean education in the formal sense. I mean everything that people do and think about in their daily lives ought to be to focus on what unites us, not what divides us, to focus not on people's differences from us on the basis of religion or language or ethnicity or color of skin or nationality, but rather on our common humanity. And to my mind, Rotary, because it is a universal organization, is very well positioned to advance that. I know you do your best in all sorts of ways already to try and promote, for example, greater understanding across cultures, training some of your young people to prevent and mediate conflicts and all of that. That's fine. But I don't think it's enough. I think that in the daily lives of people, we have actually nonviolence being threatened even by attitudes, by bigoted statements, by the expression and reinforcement of prejudice, by nasty stories on WhatsApp University, which often is the course of education most adults get, and indeed some young people get. So I think it seems extremely important for us, Sabira, that if we can do everything in our power to educate constructively, to raise the consciousness of people in ways that will bring us together and not drive us apart, only then can we achieve pride in peace rather than prejudice, as you rightly said.
Right. Wonderfully.
Your ability. Take care. Thank you.
Yes, same to you. Thank you so much.
Coming next, our moderator on pledging peace is from Ontario, Canada. A Rotarian since 1986, he has worked in the field of pharmacy for over 30 years. A past director and a past trustee of Rotary International and an Arch Clump Society member, a Service Above Self awardee. Please welcome Bryn Style along with the esteemed Panelists.
Welcome, everyone, to what is going to turn out to be a very exciting panel on building peace. My name is Bryn Stiles, and I'm a past Rotary International Director, a past trustee of the Rotary Foundation, a past chair of the Rotary Peace Centers, but excitingly, I am the current aide to Rotary International President-elect Sheikh Mehta. Rotary International Director Kamal, the convener of this institute, has put together an exciting panel, and I believe it could be one of the first in Rotary with the people that we have here. He's brought together some Rotary senior leaders with experience and a passion for peace. As well, he's brought together a distinguished group of international diplomats who, although they have all worked in the field of peace, I think their individual experiences are extremely unique. It is truly an international panel with representatives from North America, South America, Europe, and Africa, presenting to an institute in India. So let's get started. Our first panelist is Rotary International Director Peter Kyle. Peter is currently a Rotary International Director, but he was a Rotary Ambassadorial Scholar a number of years ago. By profession, Peter is a lawyer, and he retired as a senior international attorney with the World Bank. He has had a number of roles within Rotary, including chair of the Rotary Peace Centers and the dean of the Rotary Representative Network that works closely with United Nations offices around the world. Peter, welcome. Peter, I have a lot of experience with Rotary and peace, and I've heard you do presentations on it. How did Rotary become involved in peace building activities?
Well, thank you, Bryn. Thank you for that very gracious introduction. And may I say what a pleasure and indeed an honor it is to be serving on this panel. So Rotary's had a long and rich history of involvement in peace building activities, going right back to the very beginning. The first Rotary Club was chartered in Chicago in 1905. The clubs grew slowly. By 1910, there were 16 clubs. The overriding international theme at that time was the possibility of war. The forces of nationalism were breaking out in Europe. And as we know, in 1914, World War I started. Germany and England declared war on each other. It was a terrible war. After the war ended in 1918, once again, the focus of Rotary was on peace. What could Rotary and Rotarians do to ensure that a war such as World War I, with all the devastation that it caused, could never happen again? In 1921, at the Rotary International Convention in Edinburgh, Scotland, Rotarians adopted a resolution calling, amongst other things, for Rotarians to promote international understanding, goodwill, and peace. And those words, international understanding, goodwill, and peace, have since been enshrined in the object of Rotary. And next year, we will celebrate the centennial of those words. And of course, they form the basis of the Rotary Foundation. Clubs continue to grow very rapidly. In 1939, we celebrated the formation of club number 5,000, Rockmart, Georgia. But at that time, once again, the forces of nationalism were becoming very evident. War broke out in 1939. In 1940, Rotarians met at an international convention in Havana, Cuba, adopted a resolution calling, again, amongst other things, for respect for human rights. That was the first time those words, respect for human rights, had entered into the international lexicon. And that became the basis for the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, signed in 1948. Perhaps one of the most significant documents signed in the last century. In 1944, when President Truman and Prime Minister Churchill decided the time had come to establish an organization that would forever prohibit war, Rotary was one of the very few organizations invited to send lawyers and other experts to work alongside officials from China, the former Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom to begin the process of drafting the UN Charter. And when the Charter was signed in San Francisco in June of 1945, 49 out of the 800 delegates were Rotarians. So we've had a long involvement in peace building, and that continues very much into the present time.
Thank you, Peter. That's a very good synopsis. Excuse me, we'll get to the Rotary Peace Centers in a moment, but what other peace activities is Rotary involved in besides our Rotary Peace Centers?
Well, we've had a long involvement, as I mentioned, in peace building activities. Apart from the peace program, some 10 years ago, we adopted what we described as future vision, a new vision for the Rotary Foundation. And we launched 6 areas of focus. One of them was peace and conflict resolution. A few years later, Rotarians established a Rotary Action Group for peace and conflict resolution. We've had peace conferences, peace symposia. We've partnered with several international organizations, including the Institute for Economics and Peace and Mediators Beyond Borders. And with the help of those partners, we have established a Rotary Peace Academy. We have peace workshops, you name it. If it's got the word peace in it, Rotary is involved one way or another. Rotary, peace is in our DNA. And we are continuing to be actively involved in Rotary Days at the United Nations and various other organizations, in each case, promoting the core activity of peace and conflict resolution. So, as I said before, peace building, peace is in Rotary's DNA.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's wonderful. Our next guest is past Rotary International Director Larry Lunsford. And the interesting thing is that Larry is also a past Rotary Ambassadorial Scholar and a past, as I just mentioned, a past Rotary International Director. And he is a trustee-elect for our Rotary Foundation. So congratulations, Larry. Larry, you're now the chair of the Rotary Peace Centers. So I'd like to concentrate on that for just a moment. One of the most significant ways that Rotary has worked towards building peace, as Peter has mentioned, over the last 20 years is through our Rotary Peace Centers program. Could you please give us an update on our institute participants about the evolution of our program and its current status?
Certainly, Bryn. Thank you. And it truly is a distinct privilege to join this panel. Rotary's Peace Centers program formally began, as Bryn mentioned, 20 years ago in 2001, 2002, to celebrate Rotary's founder, Paul Harris, and his vision of a more peaceful world. It should be noted that past Rotary International President Raja Sabu was among the architects of this program, which encompasses a network of peace builders and community leaders dedicated to preventing and resolving conflicts around the world. To serve this vision, Rotary has developed partnerships with renowned universities around the world that host our Rotary Peace Centers. The goal of the centers is to empower, educate, and increase the capacity of peace builders through rigorous academic training, practice, and global networking opportunities. Currently, I hope you know that there are 7 Rotary Peace Centers around the world. 5 of these 7 centers have programs which offer master's degrees in disciplines related to peace and development. A joint program at Duke University and the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill in the United States, the University of Bradford in England, Uppsala University in Sweden, the University of Queensland in Australia, and International Christian University in Japan. The other 2 of the 7 centers at Chulalongkorn University in Thailand and our newest partnership at Makerere University in Uganda have programs that offer a professional development certificate or diploma in peace building. Certainly, we are most pleased to see the extension of the Peace Centers program to the African continent. Each Rotarian should take great pride. Since the Rotary Peace Center's inception, over 1,300 fellows have graduated from our programs and are working on peace and development initiatives in more than 115 countries. Our program alumni serve as leaders in both governmental and non-governmental organizations, in education and research, in law enforcement, and in international organizations such as the United Nations. Rotary's alumni relations team keeps in touch with Peace Fellow alumni through surveys and direct outreach. And what we see is that 93% of these more than 1,300 working alumni are in jobs connected to peace and development. As we look to future growth in the program, one component of our growth plan is the Rotary Peace Fellowship Alumni Association, which is actively working on various initiatives with Rotarians around the world.
Thank you, Larry. I know when Peace Fellows are selected, it's a very exciting time. What can you tell us about the incoming class of our Rotary Peace Fellows that I know was just selected?
Yes, Bryn, you're right. It is exciting, and the moment has arrived where we remind that each in total, up to 130 Rotary Peace Fellows are selected each year to participate in either that master's program or the professional development program. Up to 50 of those fellows are selected at 10 per year for the master's program, which lasts anywhere from 15 months to 24 months, depending upon the Peace Center. And then up to 80 fellows are selected to participate in our one-year certificate program. We have 2 cohorts each year of up to 20 fellows at each of the 2 certificate centers. Now, in accordance with our trustees' May 2020 decision, the newly selected 2021 cohorts have been reduced by 10%. Therefore, I am pleased to report that the Rotary Peace Centers Committee did meet in September to select 117 incoming Rotary Peace Fellows for 2021. This was the selection of the 20th class of Master's Program Peace Fellows and our 32nd class of Certificate Program Peace Fellows. These fellows, representing peace and development leaders from 63 countries, were selected from a qualified applicant pool of more than 750 peace leaders globally. Friends, this was the most competitive selection to date. We saw a 22% increase of qualified candidates from the MENA region, a 16% increase from Asia, and an 84% increase in Africa. In fact, 9 of the 117 finalists come from the zones represented at this institute, which is a tremendous achievement. 4 finalists come from India, 3 finalists from Nepal, and 2 finalists come from Sri Lanka. All the finalists and the supporting districts were notified in November. All of our peace centers have made adaptations due to COVID-19 and continue to remain flexible to best meet the needs of our fellows. We congratulate each and every one of these new selections, and we look forward to the ways they will continue Rotary's efforts in building peace.
Thanks, Larry. The Peace Fellow program does have a cost to it, and our participants may be aware of it, but could you just quickly remind us of how these costs are met?
Certainly, our Rotary Peace Fellowship, Bryn, is a fully funded opportunity, tremendous opportunity that covers tuition, a living stipend, travel, field and conference experiences, and more. The average cost of the 2-year Master's Fellowship is approximately $75,000. And the average cost of the 1-year Certificate Fellowship is around $13,000. Funding comes from a combination of district support, district designated funds, endowed gifts, and over 4,000 directed gifts year to year. For this incoming class of fellows that it was exciting to just speak about, it is worth noting that the projected cost for the 117 fellows in the 2021-2022 class will be approximately $5.3 million. Tremendous investment by Rotary. Fortunately, even with the addition of the new Peace Center in Uganda, our Rotary Peace Centers Committee did not have to request the use of any World Fund funds for these 2021-2022 program awards. The awards are going to be fully funded from the spendable earnings of the Peace Center's endowment, from the directed gifts, and from the district designated funds. So, Bryn, we certainly hope that each Rotarian will be a strong advocate for our Rotary Peace Centers program. The next fellowship application cycle is right around the corner, launching in February 2021. I would ask each of you to determine how the people in your network can support the Rotary Peace Centers, because indeed, This program is one of the most significant ways that Rotary works toward building peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. That was a great synopsis of our peace programs. I'd now like to welcome our diplomatic guests that are here. Now, I'm sure you can imagine that the bios on each one of these guests is just incredible, and I'm going to try and introduce them as briefly as I can. Our first guest is Ambassador Liberata Mulamula. She served as Tanzania's ambassador in Washington and the permanent secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Previous to that, she served as the first executive secretary to the International Conference on the Great Lakes region of Africa. She serves currently as a member of the advisory group of the United Nations Peacebuilding Fund, and she's also an associate director of the Institute for African Studies at the George Washington University. Ambassador Mulamula has been appointed as an independent eminent person by the Secretary General of the United Nations Advisory Board on Peacebuilding. Ambassador Mulamula, thank you for joining us. My question to you is, as a member of the Independent Eminent Persons for the UN Peacebuilding Architecture Review, could you tell us what the underlying weaknesses or gaps are being addressed in this review process for the sustenance of global peace and development, keeping in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals on their 2030 agenda? Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Let me say good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on the time zones. And as a diplomat, what we know most is to thank. I really want to thank you for the kind invitation, and also especially thank my colleague and friend, Ambassador Marty Atul, who connected me with this wonderful group. I know, of course, the time is limited. Of course, when we talk of the peacebuilding architecture review and the role of the independent eminent persons, it will take another session. But let me say, in short, what was the mandate and why the Secretary General, in his own wisdom, decided to put up a group of eminent persons from different geographical regions of the world. We were 10 of us, and we undertook this role on the basis of what they call the twin resolutions that were adopted by both the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly. For once, I think this was very historic because they all agreed that there was a need, this was in 2016, that there was a need to define sustaining peace as both a goal and a process to build a common vision of a society, ensuring that the needs of all segments of the population are taken into account. It also realized that there was a need to take a comprehensive, a cross-pillar, inclusive approach, and to closely coordinate with local actors and align its work with the national priorities. Also, the twin resolutions, among others, emphasize that sustaining peace is a shared responsibility that needs to be fulfilled by the government and all other stakeholders, and that the scale and nature of the challenge of sustaining peace can be met through close strategic and operational partnerships. And this is actually the more importance of participating in this virtual meeting, because this is what we were seeking to see, that the United Nations is not the only actor, that they need to work in partnership with all local actors, with stakeholders involved in these issues of peace and security. But also what was emphasized, the need for inclusivity and national ownerships of this at the field level. So we took stock of what has been happening. There have been a number of reviews, I think since 2005, but then we met all the stakeholders. We consulted widely, but of course in the process there was outbreak of COVID. So that had also to advise the work we were doing, but also everything went virtual. But also what was important and what we focused upon was the linkage, to have the linkage between the humanitarian, the development, and the peace nexus. You will agree with me that every time there is either disaster, whether it's natural, whether it's conflict, what works most is the humanitarian intervention. But then when that is done, everyone forgets that you need to have sustained peace to avoid those kind of conflicts or humanitarian crises. So our focus was to see how we can be able to bring this peace, the peace component, into all these issues of humanitarian and development. But what was emphasized, and this is what I want to underline here, was the issue of inclusivity, which came out prominently in our discussions. And of course, the resolution put it as people-centered approaches and inclusive national ownership. And that the thinking should be in line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal Framework, especially Goal 16. So because it was realized that the exclusion is the most important factor of why peace fails, the marginalization, whether it's a minority, whether it's here and there, this is what we thought this needed to be addressed. But also it was recognized that the UN is not the only actor on the ground. Partnerships at the local, national, and regional level with a broad range of factors can expand the legitimacy and the ownership of peace-building efforts, including women, of course, the youth groups, the civil society, the organizations, and community organizations. So we also underline the fact of importance of building coalitions. Building, of course, working with the local peace builders, working with the groups like you, of course, with the parliamentarians. So this, we recognize that peace building architecture review, or the nexus between humanitarian development and peace, is a conversation that not only involves the United Nations and partners, but rather should be a broader discussion that involves how national, local government, civil society organizations work together. But also we believed that the UN's role is to empower these actors in protecting and promoting the civic space, which has been shrinking. So meeting in the midst of the outbreak of COVID-19, our collective concern was the idea that this unprecedented crisis, health crisis, is aggravating poverty, is aggravating inequalities and gender-based violence, while increasing vulnerability by impeding on people's access to employment, food, and other resources, with particular effects on women and girls. But then we also recognize that the outbreak of the COVID-19 and the global widespread has reminded us the importance of strengthening multilateralism and partnerships in confronting today's challenges that recognize no borders. It has proven beyond reasonable doubt that there is no country that is immune, however powerful. So in conclusion, let me also quote one of the powerful women of the times, Noreen Heiser, who said, "A word of sustainable peace, a word without war, is too heavy a burden to be left in the hands of any one institution or government or gender." So this is why I find the relevance of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Liberata. That closing statement is very powerful, and thank you very much for that. Our next guest is from Argentina, Justice Silvia Fernandez. Justice Fernandez is also a former Rotary Ambassadorial Scholar. She served as a diplomat of Argentina and as president of the International Criminal Court. She is a member of the Crimes Against Humanity Initiative, special representative of Argentina to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and she is the chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes. And Justice Silvia, thank you very much for joining us. The question I have for you is very short, but I think it's very important. Why should Rotary or any other organization invest in peace?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you. Greetings to everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor to be part of this extremely distinguished panel. To your very short and indeed important question, why invest in peace? Well, I would say that because it's in everyone's interest, as simple as that. Whether you are a diplomat or another type of state official, Whether you are a teacher, a doctor, a CEO of a private company, it is in everybody's interest and is everybody's responsibility to invest in peace. Now, this may sound like an abstraction, because when we talk about peace or about war, we think of something that is really far away, that is movie-like, that is far away from us, from our daily lives. However, war is real and has many consequences, and not only for those fighting the war, but for all of us. First, it has horrific consequences for many civilians who are trapped in the fight or who are intentionally targeted by those involved in the violence. As an international criminal judge, I have had firsthand direct experience of the harm suffered by thousands of victims and their families as a result of the atrocities committed against them in context of violence in various regions and continents. But victims of atrocity crimes are not the only ones that suffer from the violence. My experience has also showed me that this violence also affects the communities of the victims. Conflicts wreck societies, they destroy social bonds. They also destroy the economy, making it hard for the country to recover, to grow and thrive. So also, in addition to the communities that are directly involved, current developments in countries, in conflicts that take place now at this very moment in various parts of the world, also show us that they have far-reaching consequences beyond the societies in conflict zones, impacting on other countries and societies across borders and regions. Let's recall that over the past decade, outbreaks of violence, fighting, and conflict have forced millions of people to flee their homes and have generated the massive displacement of people, not only towards neighboring countries, but also towards other regions and continents. Massive displacements, and Ambassador Mula Mula has already referred to these displacements. Massive displacements and migrations not only generate great suffering among those who flee, but also huge tensions within societies in the receiving state. Also in economic terms, the impact of conflict for development in affected countries and ultimately for the global economy is also huge. So the evidence today is overwhelming. Development is blocked by conflict and high levels of violence. So it is clear that world peace is crucial, directly or indirectly, for the well-being of all of us. Now, when we say investing in peace, how to contribute? And this goes also to your question, and I have already heard very important activities that the Rotary deploys in order to contribute to peace. And this is very important, and it has been said here also. Firstly, peace is not only for diplomats, states, and international organizations such as the UN. Of course, peace efforts by states and international organizations are paramount, are crucial. They bear the main responsibility in contributing to peace. Actually, and it has been also recalled here, the United Nations was created at the end of the Second World War to prevent war and to maintain peace and security. And the current Secretary General has made of peace prevention and peace building his top priority. However, it is also clear that in our diversified world, peace building requires the efforts and contributions of many other actors as well. Civil society organizations and associations such as the Rotary, private companies, academia. So this is very important to recall. Peace is not just for states and governments or international organizations. Secondly, and this is my second element, peace efforts do not relate only to a particular field or discipline, as peace is not only linked to peace and security, but more broadly to sustainable development, and it has also been mentioned here. One of the UN goals to attain sustainable development by 2030, has also mentioned by Ambassador Mula Mula, is indeed peace, justice, and strong institutions. This goal, that is known as Goal 16, sits at the heart of the agenda of sustainable development, cannot be achieved without stability and peace. So contributions to peace can thus take various forms and take place at various stages. You can make contributions by seeking to solve the conflict once it has erupted, or to address its consequences once the conflict has ended. But also, you can make contributions to prevention. And this is probably the most important field for civil society organizations, to contribute to prevent by addressing the root causes of conflict. And again, it has been mentioned here, the drivers of violence are basically inequality, discrimination, and other forms of exclusion and intolerance. So these contributions to this can be done by promoting appropriate policies, mechanisms, and most importantly, and again, you have said so much about this, but through education of future generations, because the young students of today are the leaders of tomorrow. So it is so very important that they are educated to appreciate and respect diversity and inclusion. So conflict and violence are unfortunately on the rise today. A recent World Bank Group report found that by 2030, over half of the world's population will be living in countries affected by high levels of violence. And this figure is expected to rise to 80% by 2035 unless global action is taken. So we all can and must take part in this global action by promoting initiatives or supporting efforts undertaken by others at the UN, at the regional organizations, and creating partnerships, establishing programs with others, as you are doing yourselves at the Rotary. So again, I finish by saying that it is in everybody's interest and it is everybody's responsibility. So I'm very happy that contribution to peace is in the DNA of the Rotary. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Justice Sylvia. Thank you very much for that. Our last diplomatic guest is Ambassador Arthur Matley. Now, Arthur is not an ambassadorial scholar, but he is a Rotarian. Ambassador Matley is currently the ambassador from Switzerland to Romania. His list of where he served previously is incredible. He served as a diplomat in Brussels, Beijing, New Delhi, Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and Lusaka. While working as a delegate of the International Committee of the Red Cross, he was posted in Geneva, Jerusalem, Damascus, Riyadh, and Dubrovnik. Welcome, Ambassador Arthur.
Thank you.
My question to you, and I think we all know that Switzerland is considered a neutral state, but why is a state like Switzerland investing in peace?
Well, thank you so much, Brian, for the invite, and thank you to all the panelists, also what they said, because they gave me already part of my answer to your question, why Switzerland is investing so much into peace. It is what Albert Einstein said also, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding, and we have seen and we know how much Rotary invests also in world understanding. We have, as states, we have a moral responsibility to look closely and to reflect on how we can alleviate suffering. If we turn away from those in need, the suffering can easily become ours. And I think Justice Silvia Fernandez de Comendi and Ambassador Liberata Mula Mula have demonstrated it and illustrated from their experience, professional experience. I liked very much what Rotary International Director Peter Keil said when he said, peace is in the DNA of Rotary. In Switzerland, I haven't passed the DNA test yet, but it is in our constitution, so it's almost equivalent to the DNA. In our constitution, we have even mentioned our commitment to peaceful international order and to promote peace among people. We have that enshrined in our constitution. So this is the very short answer. The longer answer is our tradition. You mentioned the neutrality, Bryn. Geneva plays in our tradition a very important, a prominent place. It is the European head office of the United Nations with all the specialized organizations, which are also peace-related. It's also the birthplace of the International Red Cross. We have also a Maison de la Paix, a House of Peace, with many international foundations which are working for peace. We have the Geneva Peace Building Platform. So almost I would say we are close to integrate from the Constitution to our DNA, but we are not there. We have heard how important it is to look not only violence and conflict, but to understand also our peace efforts as an answer to reduce fragilities. And here the importance of the sustainable goals of the United Nations, which guide us very much. I think this is why we believe that we have to invest in peace.
Thank you very much, Arthur. I know you and I had a conversation before this panel, and as a Rotarian, I was amazed at your knowledge of what Rotary's involvement in peace is. From your diplomatic experience, what should Rotary do to promote peace?
Well, Rotary has done a tremendous job. And I think the synopsis that Rotary International Director Peter Kyle gave us on Rotary and diplomacy is proof how much we have done already. And also what past Rotary International Director Larry Ransford just presented to us, this tremendous contribution of Rotary to the Rotary Peace Center. This is a fantastic contribution. This is gold level, as we say, in peace education, and we have to maintain that. This is something that we cannot give up. This is something that we have to continue, and I salute really the building up of the Rotary Center in Africa, which was a very important step because there was no Rotary Center on the African continent. It was a great contribution. So the first answer is, let's maintain what we have solidly built up. But for me, it's also the question, how can we reach out to those who will never be in a university, to those who will be our project partners in peace projects. We have in Rotary so much know-how on peace that we should ask ourselves the question, how to use these resources also better. I think we should, as the United Nations is also in a moment to review the peace architect, we have also to think, how can we, next to the Peace Rotary Center, add something more or do something differently? And here comes my second point, which is something which has been already successful in its initial stage, which is a much closer cooperation with the former Rotary Peace Fellows. We have in Geneva the Rotary Peace Project Incubator. The difficulty often when I give a few speeches in Rotary clubs is, what can Rotary, what can our club do in peace? You know, we prefer to do this and that, but peace sometimes comes a little bit abstract for many people. And here the Rotarian Peace Project Incubator offers a very concrete solution to that. More than 50 Rotary Peace Fellows, Rotarians, Rotaractors, and international experts, they work today together in order to prepare at least 20 global grants for peace projects. And I think this is extremely promising. So we have the 1,300 alumni that we have to bring them back in our operations for our peace centers, and this in a very concise way. I'm very happy that we are almost there, and imagine to have 1,300 Rotary Peace Fellows now active in Rotary Peace projects. So this means for me impact, this means for me then also outreach of what we want to do. So as peace is in our DNA, so let's give every Rotarian the chance to live that DNA.
Thank you, Ambassador Arthur. I think you've given a very nice synopsis for Rotarians of what they can do and how we can move forward. Unfortunately, in a virtual context like we are, it's not easy to do a question and answer, and we do have a time limitation. So I want to thank all of you, especially our guests, the diplomats that are here for joining us, to our Rotary senior leaders. Thank you for joining us. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee of the Institute for giving us this opportunity to present to you on what Rotary is doing in peace. So thank you all, and hopefully we'll meet again in person sometime in the future. Thank you.
Mayuri, a Russian-based dance group, are delighting their audiences with their unusual music choice, exotic costumes, and extraordinary grace, and most importantly, winning their hearts with their love for India. Bringing to you all the way from Russia, with love, the Mayuri Dance Group. Very often, the voices of the people are given life by artists and made immortal by storytellers. Our next speaker is one such storyteller. She's a poet and live performer whose words have moved people all over the world. Join me in giving a very warm welcome to Priya Malik.
Brigham Young once remarked, "You educate a man, you educate a man. But you educate a woman, and you educate an entire generation." Education is the greatest tool for empowerment. In India, we have one of the largest education systems in the world, but it is not free from its flaws due to inequality and widespread corruption. In August 2009, the Indian Parliament passed the landmark Right to Education Act, which made education in India free and compulsory for children between the ages of 6 and 14. Even though education is a right, unfortunately, due to the poor quality of education in our government schools, a quality education in India is a privilege that only a few can afford. This poem is an exploration of my own family that fought its way out just to give me my fundamental right to learn. Growing up, we never had enough money. But my mother insisted that we get a good education. She said that she wanted her daughters to create their own destiny. She believed that we needed a solid educational foundation. So she sent us to the best school in the city that she could afford and worked all day long to pay for it. I could sometimes hear my mother silently speaking to God, hoping and praying that she could save for it. My mother, on one hand, tried to make ends meet. On the other hand, she taught me how to stand on my own 2 feet. At school, they taught us the periodic table, but at home, my mother taught us how not to label. At school, I learned that the earth was not flat but round, but at home, my mother taught me that what goes around always, always comes around. In physics, I learned that matter is any substance that has mass and takes up space, but at home I learned that what really matters is how I deal with failure when it is looking directly at my face. In chemistry, I learned that 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen atoms make up water, but at home I learned all the lessons that my mother's hardships taught her. You see, growing up we never had enough money. But my mother insisted that we get a good education. She said that she wanted her daughters to create their own destiny. She believed we needed a solid educational foundation. Now, our foundation I got, the strongest load-bearing part of a building, but a battle she fought to make sure that private education was responsible for my learning. My education had become a privilege when it should have been a right. And I'm sure that my mother wasn't the only mother with her fangs out in this fight. Now, this was the 1990s, and it is now 2020 in our so-called developed nation. Save your daughters, educate your daughters, when saving and educating should never have to be a part of the same sentence. We can no longer plead for our right to live so that we can then demand our right to education. Instead, we demand for the need to educate our sons, our daughters, our children, and also the leaders of our nation. Because just like my home, as a growing nation, we may not have enough money, but we must all insist that we get a good education. You must want India's daughters to create their own destiny and not feel like the last brick in a weak, politicized, corrupt foundation.
Up next is a person who's inspired many and continues to do so every day. A billionaire entrepreneur, Atma's Gold Medal Awardee for outstanding contribution to the progress of science and chemistry. Forbes 2019's 65th most powerful women in the world. second in the 2019 list of women philanthropists. Padam Bhushan Awardee. She's always staring towards a better, healthier, and safer world. It's my pleasure to welcome to the Odyssey Chairman and Managing Director of Biocon, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw.
It is indeed a great privilege for me to be speaking to the Rotary Institute at their large event, the Odyssey. I would like to start by saying that the COVID-19 pandemic poses an existential threat to humanity. And this has forced us to pause and reflect at our lives, our economic priorities, the meaning of progress, and of course, the importance of sustainability. While many of us can't wait to return to the pre-COVID normal, the pandemic has exposed to mankind that we have been on a path of unsustainable consumption or growth. Of course, very, very unsustainable economic growth. We have seen what ecological degradation can do for us. And of course, above all, it has exposed the ugly truths of inequality across the world. Equity, diversity, and inclusion are central components of creating a more just and sustainable world. And that's what COVID-19 has shown to us all. A truly sustainable future will involve meaningful participation of all members of a community. And in an increasingly interconnected world, the coronavirus crisis has taught us that what affects one person anywhere affects everyone everywhere. These are dangerously precarious times. We inhabit a critical moment in the history of humanity. If we make the right decisions, the future of our species will be bright and promising. But if we make the wrong ones, humanity will either destroy itself or at the very least leave the question of civilization survival in the balance. Historians of evolution have traced the extinction of species in many cases to virulent diseases. Of course, in other cases to toxic environmental pollution, and of course to natural disasters like volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and man-made disasters like dam bursts, oil spills, and the like. And it is in this context that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, assume critical importance. Now, before COVID-19 hit us, SDGs seemed like a bunch of well-meaning motherhood statements. But in the times of COVID, we realize how important SDGs are with their universal scope, interlinked nature, and focus on leaving no one behind. And this provides us with an essential roadmap to equitable, diverse, and inclusive future. They address burning issues that can make or break humanity: hunger, poverty, healthcare, economic equity, clean air, water, diversity or biodiversity, education, world peace, scientific innovation. If humanity is to survive, we need to look at and relook at what is right and good. We can no longer undervalue the future and spare little thought about how our actions may affect the generations that come after us. Now let's start with poverty. COVID-19 has made visible the plight of millions of migrant workers in India as well as globally. Migrant workers who work day and night with no job security, no social safety net, limited access to healthcare and basic services, and in abysmal living conditions are among those who have borne the brunt of this crisis. The migrant labor exodus we witnessed this year has brought the focus back on the importance of a minimum basic income for the poorest of poor. We will need to turn back the poverty clock. The World Bank, in fact, has predicted that COVID-19 will force 50 million people into extreme poverty. Therefore, poverty alleviation programs will become an imperative the world over. Next comes hunger. Every year, nearly 1 billion people suffer from some form of hunger brought about by war or climate change or simply a lack of economic means. Now, according to the United Nations, this pandemic endangers the livelihood of a large number of people and can add almost 300 million people to the hunger population of the world. And if we let human beings die of starvation in the 21st century, then I'm sure you will agree that this is shameful. The need to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture will have to be high on the world community's agenda. Now coming to health. COVID-19 has exposed the hollowness of our public health system across the world, not just in India. It was shocking to see how wealthy Western nations with well-funded public healthcare systems are struggling to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has made it very clear that public healthcare facilities and the apparatus that support it need to be overhauled, and we need to look at it with a very fresh perspective. The crisis is telling us yet again to invest in prevention and healthcare promotion, as well as in the wider health workforce, tackling avoidable health inequalities and boosting health literacy. Healthcare can no longer be an afterthought because access to quality healthcare for all is non-negotiable, and it has to be the centerpiece of our economic policy making and our economic agenda. Let me say that the Ayushman Bharat initiative in India is so timely in this context, as is the National Digital Health Mission. And we must embark on a universal healthcare program that is all-inclusive and accessible and affordable to every part of our citizenry. Let's then move on to education. Ensuring access to quality education is every citizen's right. And we need to make sure that we focus on inclusive and equitable quality education. And we know that the pandemic has caused havoc in the education field. Schools and colleges have been shut down. Educational institutes have had to deploy online tools, and not everybody can access education online. And this has actually exposed and raised to the surface the huge digital divide that we have in our country for students to access e-learning and online education. And therefore, this has also thrown up another new opportunity for India, which is democratizing education through technology. And that is something that we must focus on as an opportunity where our large number of children in our country and 1.2 billion children worldwide in 186 countries can actually access education in a way that was never thought of before. Now I want to move on to gender equality or inequality, as whatever you want to call it. The COVID-19 crisis has shown how achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls can actually reap huge dividends. Look at the political leadership exhibited by women political leaders. In every country that had a woman leader, the handling of the pandemic has been far better than those that have been steered by strong men and male leaders. We can see that the infection rates were lower, the death rates were lower, we had flattening of curves, and they knew when to introduce lockdowns and when to lift the lockdowns and how to calibrate the lifting of lockdowns. You know, foremost amongst these countries are, of course, New Zealand, Taiwan, Finland, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, and such countries. Even in our own country, I think, health secretaries and health leaders in states which have been entrusted to women have actually done very well. Now, if you look at this common thread of women leaders, they have also gone beyond COVID. They have also focused in a very empathetic way on environmental sustainability, education, gender inclusiveness, and things like that. And I think this is where you need to focus on the importance of reducing the inequality that we so, painfully see the world over. And it must then, translate into gender equality. We have also seen this year, for instance, that the kid of the year was a young girl and of Indian origin. And it shows today that there is gender parity when it comes to education, but we must create parity when it comes to economic opportunities, which are still not there for women in most parts of the world. Now let's come to other aspects of how do we go about SDGs. Can we create sustainable cities and communities? I think this is something which is extremely important. The residents of Dharavi, Asia's largest and most densely populated urban slum, were initially powerless to cope with the virus. Issues of sanitation, ill health, and poverty made them particularly vulnerable. Yet Dharavi was able to successfully contain COVID-19 with its innovative public health policy response. The municipal administration called this model as chasing the virus rather than waiting for people to report it. The WHO has acknowledged Dharavi's success in controlling the virus spread and mentioned that Dharavi should be seen as an example across the world, and they have actually called it the Dharavi model of testing, tracing, isolating, and treating for breaking the chain of transmission. And this was a community effort. And unless we work as a community and work in a sustainable way, we cannot really realize the true benefits of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the same holds good for climate change. Runaway global warming needs to be addressed urgently, as rising global temperatures is linked to an increased likelihood of pandemics. Extreme weather events, droughts, flooding, and widespread destabilization of global food, economic, and security systems. Unchecked global warming will undo the gains that we have so far seen to address almost every sustainable development goal. It will undo economic recovery. The statistics are damning. 9 out of 10 people do not have access to clean drinking water and safe air globally. Nearly 7 million people every year die due to air pollution globally. India is doing badly on the pollution front. 9 Indian cities are on the list of the 10 most polluted cities in the world. And rising levels of air pollution contributed to over 1.6 million deaths in India in 2019. Decreased economic activity due to lockdowns in most parts of the world led to far-reaching effects earlier this year. In fact, pollution and greenhouse gas emissions fell across continents as countries tried to contain the spread of the virus with strict lockdowns. It was nature's way of reminding us that if you don't pollute, this is how beautiful nature can be. However, pollution levels have bounced back strongly. And in fact, air pollution is back to where it used to be. We have seen Delhi slip back into its highly polluted status when it comes to air pollution. People have not learned not to burn the stubble. And this actually has been a very, very serious, and disappointing outcome of the pandemic. People have actually tasted the benefits of clean air for many, many months now. You would have thought that people would have learned by now not to indulge in air pollution. Mankind has all these years been chasing greed, chasing money, political power, and chasing affluence as if there was no tomorrow. The advent of COVID-19 has reminded us that we have been chasing after all the wrong things. This pandemic has some clear and important messages for all of us. Do not be greedy. Do not abuse the environment. Do not try to justify everything in the name of human progress and economic growth. At a time when humanity is facing one of the biggest threats to its existence, we need to step back from the precipice and learn to recognize our common bonds. The pandemic provides a significant opportunity to increase our awareness about diversity and to expand our capacity for empathy and compassion towards members of the global community. To reimagine the future, we will have to ensure the greatest levels of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We will have to find ways to bring together a diverse range of people, giving them equal footing and intentionally include their voices. We need to realize humankind will have to come together in this fight for survival. We need to realize that survival is about partnerships, about collaborations, and about collective action. If we take the right steps, we have a powerfully positive impact on a future which includes more diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I would like to reach out to the Rotary to engage on all these fronts, because I know how committed and how impactful Rotary can be on these very aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is a world that must recognize the perils of excluding marginalized people from economic development or the benefits of economic development. This is a world which must realize that surging stock markets don't solve hunger and poverty. And this is a world that must focus on universal quality healthcare for all, good quality education for all, and we must at all costs save and protect our environment. Thank you so much.
सोचो तो क्यों है आज सहमा सहमा पानी ये चुपचाप पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी हम पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी सोचो तो क्यों है आज सहमा सहमा पानी ये चुपचाप पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी है कब से नाराज गुस्सा गुस्सा पानी ये क्यों उदास पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी Drip, drop, drip, drip, drop, drip, drop, drippity drop, drip, drop, drip, drip, drop, drip, drop, drippity drop. चलो बचा ले ये धरोहर पुरानी ये तेरा मेरा पानी drip, drop, drippity drop. चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी drip, drop, drippity drop. पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी पानी स्वच्छता और पानी 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 हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी
World Children Peace Prize Laureate 2019, Rising Star of Earth Day Network 2019, and Global Child Prodigy Award winner 2020. This 9 years old Indian climate activist has been championing her cause to protect, preserve, and nurture our environment. Please welcome our youngest star, Lissy Priya Kangujam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lissapriya Khanguja. I'm 9 years old. I am an Indian climate activist and the founder of the Child Movement. I'm fighting to save our planet and our future. Thank you so much, Dr. D. Rotary Institute, for inviting me here to speak in this program. My country, India, is facing lots of environmental issues like flood, drought, heat wave, cyclone, air pollution, locusts, etc. at the same time. These are all the impact of climate change. Children are paying the price of the mistakes of our adults. Why should we bear the burden of the mistakes of our adults? Just by air pollution, it kills over 600,000 children in India in 2019. This is something unacceptable. And this is 10 times more than the total person killed by COVID-19 in India. And our leaders always blame the innocent farmers for stubble burning. Yes, stubble burning is one of the causes of the air pollution crisis in Delhi. But it will be wrong if we only blame to the were farmers in Haryana and Punjab. And also, stubble burning has been since the time immemorial for thousands of years ago. There was no air pollution that time before. An air pollution issue just come few years ago, I think since 2015 or 2016. And putting farmers in jail will not solve the air pollution crisis in Delhi. And government need to check the rising thousands of vehicles in Delhi every day and need to shut down all the coal power plants and thermal power plants. We cannot blame only to the farmers. We need bicycle land in all roads of Delhi. Increase the use of bicycle means there would be no carbon emission, no traffic problems, and it will save the valuable green spaces from developing. And I want to see more electric and solar vehicles instead of more petrol and diesel vehicles like car and bikes every day. I want our leaders and the government to revive the Aravalli forest, which act as a green wall to protect Delhi from heat waves, air pollution and degradation and land degradation and water crisis. I want to request everyone to go and see once. You will find the Aravalli forest transforming into a desert due to mining activities and deforestation. I heard from the news that Chief Minister of Delhi will install 2-3 smoke towers in 2-3 places. But this is not a permanent solution. We don't want any temporary solution. You can see that Delhi is a very big city. From one smoke tower it will cover only 2-3 kilometers, which is not enough. And this is just greenwashing. And also I heard from him that he has taken out some biodegradable solution to stop the stubble burning in Punjab and Haryana. But still no farmers yet get this biodegradable solution touted by him, and even they don't know where to get it. And even they don't know where to get it. You can just see in Delhi how air pollution is so dangerous. Even children can't move out of their home. I'm worried about the health of the school children and small babies. Government announced that they will ban the firecrackers for 2-3 weeks, will install 2-3 smoke towers in 2-3 places, but this is not a permanent solution. And also, our leaders are just busy in blaming each other instead of finding a long-term solution. They are just taking the speech, they are not doing any action. I want our world leaders to do more action, otherwise our future and our planet would be dying soon. They must act now to save our planet and our future. I am born in small northeastern state of India in Manipur, but I've grown up in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. My birthplace is surrounded by lush green mountains and alluring atmosphere. I came to Delhi in 2016 for the first time, but my life became very messy due to the high air pollution, and it turned me into a child climate activist. And later I moved to Bhubaneswar, Odisha for my schooling. And again my home in Odisha was hit by Cyclone Titli in 2018 and Cyclone Fani in 2019. All such incidents in my young life turns me into a child climate activist. When I was just around 4 years old, I accompanied my dad for raising funds for the victims of the deadly massive Nepal earthquake of 2015, where more than 10,000 people died and lakhs of people got injured. We went to Nepal all the way from India by the road to drop the foodstuffs, medicines, clothes, etc. for the victim children and families. I get scared when on television I see people suffering and dying due to lack of awareness. I cry when I see children losing their parents or people becoming homeless due to danger of disasters. My country has many disasters like earthquake, flood, landslide, etc. That was the first time where I heard the words climate change and natural disasters. But I couldn't realize what exactly it is, as I was a small baby that time. Now I realize that this could be the main reason why I'm concerned about the planet and our future. In July 2018, when I was just 6 years old, I got a chance to attend one United Nations disaster conference in Mongolia. It was my life-changing event. After return back from Mongolia in July 2018, I've started my organization called the Child Movement to call the world leaders to take immediate climate action to save our planet and our future. Greta Thunberg greatly influenced me in February 2019. Since then, at Parliament House of India, I'm standing and I'm telling to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, and our MPs to pass the climate change law as soon as possible from the paper to become action. If they pass this climate change law, then we can control the carbon emission and greenhouse gases. And also it will give the climate justice to the poor vulnerable people who are the victims of climate change. And also I have dropped out my school since February 2019 due to my protest every week in the Parliament House of India. And also I've dropped out my school because my parents can't afford the expenses to travel every week from Bhubaneswar to New Delhi. So I have to drop out my school. It was the saddest part of my life, and I missed my school, I missed my friend, I missed my teachers. It was a very emotional time for me. And also, I have three main demands to our leaders and the government to change the system. Number first is to pass this climate change law. If they pass this climate change law, then we can control the carbon emission and greenhouse gases. And also it will give the climate justice to the poor vulnerable people who are the victims of climate change. Number second is to include climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum. If they included climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum, then we can fight the climate change from the grassroots, and it will also help to teach our world leaders by their own children and grandchildren, because they can't believe in science and climate change is real. Number third is students must plant minimum 10 trees every year. In India, there are 350 million students. If 350 million students plant minimum 10 trees every year, then we will plant 3.5 billion trees. Trust me, India will be green in after 5 years. And also, you can just see in Arctic and Himalayas how icebergs are melting twice as fast than ever before, and how sea level is increasing and our Earth is becoming very hot. I'm worried about the future of our planet, and many biodiversity hotspots become climate hotspots now. I think you all heard in the news about Australia bushfire, California wildfire, Amazon rainforest fire, and Siberia forest fire. Billions of animals has died. Millions of trees has gone. I'm really very sad. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even take my food. Many children lost their homes, but this is the real effect of climate change. Our leaders don't have time to listen to us. Why they don't hear all our voice? But this is a real climate emergency. They must act now to save our planet and our future. And also, I've launched a new initiative called Monday for Mother Nature, where I plant thousands of trees with the school children every Monday with the mission to plant 1 million trees every year. So far, we have planted over 3.5 lakhs trees. I'm also doing lots of campaign to include climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum. In 2020, 108 schools in India accepted my request to include climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum. And so far, the state of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Sikkim, and Maharashtra has given positive response to me. From 2021, millions of students will learn climate change, and also so that we can fight the climate change from the grassroots. And today I have a small message to all the children of the world. Children must tell their parents that they shouldn't cut trees. If they cut one tree, then plant minimum 10 or 20 trees. Don't use car or bikes every time. And children must tell their parents that they should walk if it's nearby, or they can use the bicycle. Please don't use single-use plastic at your home. Please don't throw garbage or plastic on street, ocean, rivers, seas, or any other places. Please plant more trees. And also, please don't use the vehicles every time. And today I have a small message to all the children of the world. Children must tell their parents that they shouldn't cut trees. If they cut one tree, then plant minimum 10 or 20 trees. Don't use car or bikes every time. And children must tell their parents that they should walk if it's nearby, or they can use the bicycle. Today I have a small message. Today I want to share something with everyone living in this world from my little heart. We all know we are facing a pandemic on one side and flood, drought, heat wave, cyclone, locust, etc. on other side. Now this is the time to wake up. This is the time to open up your eyes. This is the time to send your children and grandchildren to fight for the survival and for their own future. The best gift parents can give to their children is not a beautiful house, expensive cars, lots of money. The best gift you can give to your children is a beautiful planet. To give this planet, you have to change yourself. If you can change yourself, then you can change your family. If you can change your family, then you can change your neighborhood. If you can change your neighborhood, then you can change your community. If you can change your community, then you can change your state. If you can change your state, then you can change your country. If you can change your country, then you can change the whole world. Change means empowerment. Empowerment means independence. Independence means freedom. Freedom is when you can protect your land and environment. Freedom is when you can protect your children's future, culture, and health. Freedom is when no one can discriminate you on the basis of caste, creed, color, sex, or any other differences. Freedom is when you can read and write. Freedom is when you are out of hunger. Freedom is when we are all together in this fight. Fight for your freedom. Thank you. Jai Hind. Sanale Manipurne Jai Free. Thank you once again.
Our next speaker is one who has many feathers in her hat. She's a physicist, scholar, environmental and social activist, food sovereignty advocate, and author of more than 20 books. Time magazine identified her as an environmental hero, and Forbes has called her one of the 7 most powerful feminists on the globe. From winning awards akin to the Nobel Prize to championing organic farming and fair trade, she's now here to speak to us about our collective responsibility to the environment. Please put your hands together for Vandana Shiva.
My greetings from the Navdanya Biodiversity Farm to Rotarians who have gathered. Kamal Sanghvi, the Director of Rotary International and Chair of Rotary Institute. Dr. Bharat Pandya, Director of Rotary International. Mr. Shekhar Mehta, the incoming President of Rotary International for the year 2021-2022. The Rotary leaders from India and abroad who have gathered for this meeting and conference. And Rotarians. The COVID times are a strange time. to communicate virtually and not be present with you. But I am present with you in spirit for our common responsibility to take care of our common home. It has been seen as a health emergency that there is one pandemic. But we forget there have been repeated pandemics in the last few decades as we have deregulated commerce and celebrated greed as the highest end of human beings, measured in terms of growth of the economy, not seeing where does this growth go? Does it create billionaires or does it create well-being? And how was it created? Was it created by extraction from the earth, from society, from community, from farmers? Or is it true growth created by growth of plants and children and community and well-being? And that is why I am very, very honored and privileged that I work with Bhutan, which said we will not measure gross domestic product and gross national product. We will measure gross national happiness and well-being for all. And that is the only way to take care of our common responsibility to the earth, all her beings, and all members of the human community. In India, we have been blessed with a very deep concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the earth is one family. There is no inequality between humans and other species. This anthropocentrism was created by colonialism, just to conquer the world. That we are part of the earth and the earth is alive. We are not her masters and conquerors. The mode of conquest and militarism is at the root of violence against the earth and violence against people, and the divisions and separations that trouble all our societies. The inequality of our societies has become absolutely unbearable, with 0.0001% controlling more wealth than half of humanity. I've done a book on this called Oneness versus 1%, and I invite you to look for it because it's been published in many countries. When we think of COVID and define it as a health emergency, we forget that its roots are in ecological disruption. The more than 300 new epidemics come because our limitless greed economy has invaded into forests in the name of feeding the world, but only 10% of the GMO soya that is being grown in the Amazon by burning the lungs and livers of the earth. They are only 10% of GMO soya is used for human food. The rest goes for animal feed and biofuel. And we are destroying the very fabric of the earth for a handful of companies. The Monsantos that own the patent on GMO soya, the Cargills who trade in it. And this invasion into the forests, not respecting the rights of indigenous people, not respecting the integrity of the forest and the rights of the forest, is at the root of repeated emergent disease epidemics. So when we define it as a health problem, we are forgetting its ecological roots. And we are forgetting that this is connected to climate change, which is seen as a totally different problem. But 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from forest destruction in the last 2-3 decades. 20%. And if you add up all the contributions of an industrial globalized food system that is also destroying our health, we are talking about 50% greenhouse gas emissions coming from a non-sustainable food system. So the climate change roots and the roots of disease epidemics are the same. The abuse of nature, disrespect for her limits, and ignorance of the amazing ways in which the earth works. Common responsibility for the environment begins with knowledge of ecological processes. I feel very grateful that I've been able to walk this path, both through my training as an academic in physics, in quantum theory, that everything is non-separable. You can take particles away and put them light years apart, and they are still connected. and that everything has potential. There's nothing like a fixed thing. Everything is quantum potential. And everything is uncertain because that potential could make a particle or it can make a wave of interconnectedness. And then with Chipko movement in the hills behind me, in the mountains behind me, where women came out and hugged the trees with their common responsibility to protect the Himalaya, its rivers, its mountains, its waters. Early 70s, I became a volunteer. And those simple lessons of ecology, that everything is connected through nutrient cycles. Food is the nourishment of life. And it begins with the little green leaf, where the sun is shining for free and blessing us abundantly, including on our solar cooker, where we don't have to use fossil fuels. And in this green leaf, with photosynthesis, the sun takes the carbon dioxide, which otherwise is a pollutant, and makes it the food of the plant, making the carbohydrates and giving us the oxygen to breathe. In India, pranayam is soham, you are, therefore I am. To the green leaf I say, you are, therefore I breathe. But this amazing phenomena of photosynthesis can take a little seed and burst it into the trees. There were no trees on the Navdanya farm when we started, and it is now a green campus where we grow more than 2,000 varieties of crops, 750 varieties of rice, 250 varieties of wheat that we are planting again. We conserve diversity and we grow diversity. But this growth is not counted by what I have called the blindness of the monoculture of the mind that define the earth as dead and treated the imposition of monocultures as growth. And this illusion is very much there in the context of agriculture. I did my training in quantum theory, but I had to start looking at agriculture with the 1984 protests in Punjab of the farmers, like the protests on the streets of India today. Farmers want to grow our food and want to grow healthy food. Farmers want to take care of the earth. And because food is the currency of life, and our health begins with food, and the health of the planet begins with food, it is time to realize that a non-sustainable, unjust food system is behind all the emergencies we face. The climate emergency, the extinction emergency, the health emergency, the pandemics, and the unemployment where people are taken from the land and uprooted and turned into throwaway people. If food is the currency of life, counterfeit currency can destroy life. Just like counterfeit currency in an economy can destroy economy. When is the economy of food counterfeit? When you apply chemicals. Because chemicals are not part of the nutrition cycle. You kill the soil organisms. You kill the butterflies and the bees and the pollinators which give us 1/3 of the food. You pollute the oceans with dead zones, and you create nitrous oxide, which is 300 more deadly as a climate changing greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. When we practice organic systems on this beautiful farm, and the carbon in our soil has increased 100%, the nitrogen in our soils have increased 100%. But more importantly, we weren't looking for zinc. Zinc has gone down in chemical farms and gone up in our farms. Iron has gone up in our farms. Iron deficiencies because we don't feed the soil, so our plants are deficient. The world's data is showing that food has lost 60 to 70% of its nutrition because of chemicals in agriculture. And then we fabricate food into junk food and make ourselves sick. And then we pay a farmer 0.04 pice for a package of chips that gives our children diabetes and obesity. And finally, we forget that the biodiversity outside in the world is reflected in the biodiversity within us. We have 100 trillion microbes in our gut. They make our health. Biodiversity is health from the planet to our personal health. Biodiversity is health of ecosystems and our plate. And I do hope Rotary will join us in this journey over the next decade to create an economy of care for the earth, an economy of regeneration of the earth. Because as our work in Navdanya has shown, we can grow enough food by caring for the earth to feed 2 times the human population. This idea that to feed the human population we must destroy the earth is a myth that has preoccupied me now for nearly 3.5 decades. There is no bigger lie in the world. I've done a book called Who Really Feeds the World? Making Peace with the Earth, Stolen Harvest. I cannot understand how the human mind can shrink itself to take myths as science. We offer courses at the Earth University. In fact, I'm sitting at the beach with Yapit, where we offer courses on how to return to the earth, how to farm ecologically, how to address climate change. Soil not oil is our course on climate change and the soil. How to conserve water, which is, I know, a big preoccupation for the Rotarians. This is a year that has been a year of challenge. Let 2021 be a year of regeneration, both of our paradigms, of our ways of thinking, our ways of growing food, our ways of thinking about the economy. And no one is better placed to take a lead in this transition to regeneration of the soil, of the plants, our communities, our children, take care of future generations. Our common responsibility to the environment, our common responsibility to the earth begins with a simple recognition that the earth is for all beings, that all beings have a share to the food, the water, the breath that the earth gives us because they have a right to live. And human beings that have to come and other beings of the future also have a share. Therefore, caring for the earth is caring for all species, caring for all human beings, and caring for future generations. It is not about a small group of people for a short period of time. We cannot steal the future from our children. We cannot steal the present from other beings and other species. And we definitely cannot steal the future for ourselves, for the disease called greed, which has been made to look like it's natural to us and in our DNA. No, we have potential to be giving and sharing or grabbing and greedy. We have the potential for well-being or misery, disease, degeneration. Let's make the right choice for the earth and humanity.
Next we have Mr. Angelo Stara, a musician at Machpu Group, Peru, South America, playing the antara.
Next, we have a very stimulating conversation on moral humility between the Dean of Harvard Business School, Nitin Noria, and the District Governor nominee of District 3141, Rotarian Sandeep Agarwala.
Nitin Noria is an Indian American academic and serves as the 10th and current Dean of Harvard Business School and the George F. Baker Professor of Administration. He's also a former non-executive director of Tata Sons. During his 10 years at the Harvard Business School, Nitin has made a lot of changes. He focused on business ethics and made HBS more experimental and especially more global. He's one of today's most sophisticated corporate thinkers, not only in management and strategy, but also his intellectual interests centered on human motivation, leadership, corporate transformation and accountability, and sustainable economic and human performance. Rotary is a global network of 1.2 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. Solving real problems takes real commitment and vision. For more than 110 years, Rotary's people of action have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects. From literacy and peace to water and health, we're always working to better our world, and we stay committed to the end. In this quest, it is imperative to bring into its fold persons with a good moral compass, which is why Rotary chooses its members. Being engaged in the challenge sections of society, Rotary's work is a chorus of hope around the world. Watching societal discourse, one often experiences a longing for an authentic discussion of the core values that should be guiding us. It appears we are morally adrift. It is not that society is largely immoral, just amoral, lacking a clear compass or a foundational guide. Humility is that crest of human excellence between arrogance and lowliness. Moral humility is a matter of balance. Neither do people with moral humility believe they have low moral worth, nor do they see themselves as a moral authority. They see their own moral competence accurately. Morally humble people also appreciate the moral strength and behaviors of others. Moreover, they focus on moral learning, are willing to learn from others, ask for support, and admit their own mistakes. Leaders with this ability generally bring about less unethical behavior on the part of followers. We are fortunate to have amidst us today Dean Nitin Noria and to have a conversation with him on moral humility. Nitin, thank you for joining us today.
Very, very warm introduction. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be a part of this conversation. My father was a member of the Rotary Club in India and served as actually the chair of one of its chapters. So I have a long and very warm affection for the Rotary Club.
Thank you. I don't know if you're aware, but Rotary International's president, Herbert Taylor, introduced the four-way test in 1931. The four-way test of the things we think, say, or do is a test used by Rotarians worldwide for the last 88 years as a model code for personal and business relationships. The test can be applied to almost any aspect of life. So what is the four-way test? 1, is it the truth? 2, is it fair to all concerned? 3, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And lastly, will it be beneficial to all concerned? The four-way test is Rotary's lodestar. How relevant do you think it is today?
In some ways, it's extraordinary when you just hear that four-way test that if we were to apply it today, how much better the world would be. And you think about the first test, is it true? People are describing that we live in a post-truth world. So just that idea that what we say should be true and we should be attached to the truth. Harvard's motto is Veritas, which is the permanent search for truth. So in some ways, there's such resonance between that core value that the Rotary has, its first test, and what we experience today. So at no time do I think is in fact that first test more relevant. Is it fair? Just think about what COVID has again revealed to us, that so much of society is unfair, that the costs of any tragedy are borne by the most vulnerable in society far more than those of us who are privileged. So you and I can escape into the comfort of our homes and socially distance ourselves and take care of ourselves. But even in the United States, a rich country, there are people who are considered essential workers. The essential workers are often the poorest workers. They're the ones who are still coming, and for them to earn a livelihood means that they have to take the risk of getting COVID. So we are learning that in so many ways, if we were to ask ourselves the question again, is it fair, we would do a better job. Does it build goodwill? Right? We seem to be living in a world in which political opposition has turned into literally people not being able to have dinner conversations with each other. We now shudder at times to invite people of different political persuasions who are our dearest friends sometimes to dinner parties, because we worry that our friendship might be diminished by these divisions that we now experience in life. So to build relationships in which our goal is to promote goodwill is such an important thing. And the fourth test, which is in the end the most important test, which is it beneficial to everyone, right? Like, are we actually in the business of improving society? Are we in the interest of improving the welfare of this planet? And in some ways, I think that in that test, what Rotarians remind us is that while we're each individuals, we're also members of society. So if society as a whole suffers, in some ways we suffer too. So it is, of course, important that we be other-oriented, but even if we just thought about enlightened self-interest, I think it is good for us to always ask the question, is what we are doing beneficial for others? So I think it's a fabulous four-way test. And if more people were to follow that test today, the world would be a better place.
I think the beauty of it is that it's timeless, and the way you explain it is really beautiful.
But it feels, it's timeless, but it feels more poignant today, right? So sometimes things that are timeless have a special resonance at a moment in time. And I, at least, as I hear that four-way test, it feels to me even more relevant today in some ways.
Now, whenever we see examples of ethical or moral failure, our knee-jerk reaction is to say, that was a bad person. We like to sort out the world into good people who have stable and enduringly strong positive characters, and bad people who have weak or frail characters. So why then do seemingly good people behave badly?
Look, this is one of the great moral questions that people have asked for a long, long time. And I came to think about this question very deeply through the work of a great social psychologist and moral philosopher by the name of Stanley Milgram, who was a professor at Yale. And in the aftermath of World War II, he was Jewish. He just couldn't understand how it could be that an entire nation of German people could have done what they did during the Holocaust to Jewish people. He says, is it possible that every one of these people was evil? Like, to believe that requires in some ways to lose your humanity too, right? To just believe that there could be a group of people where everyone was personally evil. So he conducted a set of experiments at Yale where he invited a group of people literally off the street, a randomly selected group of people, and they were put in a setting in which they were the instructor and there was someone else who was the learner. And if the learner made a mistake, they were supposed to give an electric shock to the learner to try and encourage them to do better the next time. And of course, what they didn't know was that the learner was a confederate of the experimenter and was not a real learner. They thought the real learner was just another person like that, because they would invite two people into the room. They'd have them draw a card, and one person would be put in the learner configuration and one person would be put in the teacher configuration. What they didn't know was the game was rigged so that the learner was always someone that was the person who was the experimenter. And the electric shocks would go up to volts that would kill the other person almost. Like the last measure on the electric shock was XXXXX. And at the simple instruction of a person who was standing in a lab coat who said the experiment requires you to continue, 2/3 of the people were willing to give a person who they thought was just their peer and had been by random choice assigned to the learner condition an electric shock up to the level of XXX, just because there was a person who was in an authority position who stood there as the experimenter telling them, you are required by the experiment to continue. If the person said, but I'm feeling uncomfortable, all that the person would say is that you're required by the experiment to continue. If you stopped and you just said, I'm not going to do it, it's not like there was any handcuffs or any prisons or any penalty that you would get. So it puzzles Stanley Milgram, and it has puzzled me forever to say that 2/3 of people like you and I, could have been the people who ended up giving electric shocks to an innocent person just because someone in authority said that that was something that we needed to do. So that was the root of recognizing that we all have moral overconfidence. So when we show those experiments to our students at Harvard Business School in a class, and we tell them that, look, 2/3 was the result, and then we ask people to write down privately whether they thought that they would be in the 2/3. How many people do you think admit that they were going to be in the 2/3 who would pull the shot? Less than 10%. So we all somehow feel that, I would be that morally brave person who would have been able to stand up in that situation. And it's all these morally weak people who end up doing the bad things. I think it's really important to recognize that there are many, many societal influences that might cause us to behave in ways that belie our own moral values. It can be at times a person in authority. My boss told me to do this. We can justify things based upon what we think are societal norms. Bribery is common in India, the only way I can get things done, or in many other parts of the world. There's nothing wrong with this, everybody else does it too. So we justify behavior by saying that everybody else does it. It can be under the pressure of incentives. We saw this at Wells Fargo, that a company creates incentives for people to get bonuses based upon how many accounts they open. And it's a little surprise that many people decide that they need to open accounts. So it can be done under time pressure. People can sometimes feel like, I don't have time to get this done right, so I'm going to cut corners to do things in the short run. So there are many, many societal influences that we've learned over time that can cause us to be led astray from our core moral values. And that doesn't mean that we don't hold those values. It's just important for us to have the humility to know that there are times when under pressure, we may betray the values that we ourselves hold dear, and at other times may in fact follow.
Which actually leads me to the next question, is that with leadership and intellectual overconfidence, which you just mentioned, comes power. How does one disabuse this person so he doesn't suffer from moral overconfidence?
So I think the single most important thing, Lincoln, who was a much better, Abraham Lincoln, a very wise and extraordinary person, he led the United States through the Civil War, one of the truly darkest period in American history. And he was once asked during the Civil War, how do you test a person's character? And people say, does adversity show us what is the true character of a person? And Lincoln said, having lived through a period of great adversity, I actually think that people rise to adversity. They show the better side of their character in adversity. The real test of a person's character is to give them power. He said, I've seen so many people who were soldiers, but when they get promoted to sergeant, or from sergeant, they get promoted to general, something about that power gets into their head and their character ends up being now more challenged, and their morality, in fact, ends up being more suspect. So as a person who has taught leadership and is a part of an institution that is going to produce people who are very likely to gain more positions of power over time, I've been thinking about this a lot, which is what is it that we can do to enable people who become more powerful to sustain their moral humility? The only answer I've been able to come up with is, that old Indian answer of who you surround yourself with, this idea of sangat is a very powerful idea. But it's not just who you surround yourself with, but do you create the conditions that they can call you on the mistakes that you make? Do you remain open to the people who are around you saying to you, I'm not sure that that is consistent with our values, or I'm not sure that you're being consistent with your own values? Having these truth speakers around you, because whenever you're in a situation like this, and we have seen this from literally every moral failure that we've seen from Enron and otherwise, there was a person who spoke up. There is never ever a situation that we have seen of a moral failure where the leader did not have someone close to them who spoke up and said, this is wrong. The question was that person listened to? Was that person someone whom you paid enough attention to? So we cannot in these moments easily believe that there will be something in us that will give ourselves the definite. You almost have to rely upon others. This is where teamwork and having people on your team who will call you out, but whom you trust, and when they call you out, you will listen to them. I think that in the end is the only systematic defense that I have seen of people who remain morally humble over time.
We are living through some very unusual times, and the recent crisis due to the pandemic has shown up a number of fragilities in many areas. Geopolitical tensions are increasing, economic and racial inequalities deepening, the revelations of working from home affecting many sectors badly, for example, jobs, real estate, the migrant workers in India at a totally loose end, and so on. I can go on. Do you think values and ethics have taken a hit, both from business and government?
I think they have been exposed. I think some of the failures in our values have been exposed more deeply at this time. And sometimes, at least maybe I'm an eternal optimist, my feeling is that when society is sometimes, its moral failures are revealed very sharply at a time in crisis. Those can often be the opportunities for recovery as well. So just take what was perhaps a little bit more uniquely American, but in some ways reflects issues I think exist everywhere in the world, which was the racial issues that came to full fore in the middle of COVID, right? We were already learning in COVID that the people who were affected by COVID were disproportionately from underrepresented minority communities in the United States. Then, of course, we had the killing of George Floyd that led to America being really having to come to terms with the racial inequalities that are in this country. It was a very painful moment to have to confront this moral failure, that how is it the case that again and again and again and again, you find yourself in a position where innocent Black men and women are being killed by the police in circumstances that are horrifying. By the way, there was a great book written by an author called Caste, Isabel Wilkerson, that shows that, you know, those of us from India should be very mindful that we have a similar system in India. And if you go all over the world, you'll actually find there's a caste system of some kind in every part of the world where there is an underrepresented minority. So I hope that this moment, which revealed how over time we almost learn to neglect these inequities in our society or almost live with them, right? Like I certainly at this moment thought hard about how we experience poverty every day in India, but we just literally have become numb to it. We just say that, you know, that's just the state of the country and there's not much that I can do about it. So I actually hope that this will be a moment in which the sharp way in which our moral shortcomings have been revealed will actually lead to a moral reawakening. I certainly see that on race in America. I sense a broader moral reawakening around that question here. And that gives me a little bit of hope that maybe this will be a moment in which, you know, as they say, the darkest hour is the hour before sunrise. And maybe I'm just permanently optimistic in that way. But I do feel that this is a time which will hopefully cause us all to think that how do we make sure that this is not the world in which we live going forward?
Thanks once again, and all the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Being a people's person can be a difficult task, but for our next speaker, it's part and parcel of his everyday life. He is the head of ATOS Global HR Shared Services, member of the board of directors in India, leader of the ATOS India Governance Council, and chairs the India Crisis Management for COVID-19. He is a board member and president-elect of Rotary Club of Hiranandani Estate, Thane. Please put your hands together for Mr. Nasir Sheikh.
Hello, I'm so very happy to have today's one-on-one with Philip Marine. Is the Chief Digital and Transformation Officer for ATOS. He's also the head of CSR. Philippe, before this role, was the head of HR and also responsible for the Global Siemens Alliance. And we'll be speaking about both the topic of digital payments as well as the net zero initiative at ATOS. So Philippe, my first question to you is, in 2020, everything went digital. Everything became very disruptive, but especially digital payments have brought in about a very silent movement for people who had not yet adopted them, have become very popular, especially here in the Indian context. It's suddenly become a huge booming opportunity for everybody. But since you know, you're a global leader for ATOS, it is important for us to know as to what is your perspective. How has digital payment changed things in the European countries, both on the urban large cities as well as the smaller ones? So over to you, sir.
So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity, and hello everybody. So as you said, Nasir, indeed, we see, especially in the context of the corona crisis, fantastic acceleration of digital transformation everywhere. So this is true, I mean, for the whole digital, I would say, world, but in particular for digital payments. We were still, before the crisis, even in Europe, using in majority cash to pay. And especially for small retail type of activities. And now, of course, we see this explosion, this acceleration of digital payments, driven, I think, by several factors. So number one, what I see is obviously that with the boom, the explosion of online shopping, especially in the context of the crisis, obviously this has conducted many people to experience a new way of paying, and therefore a new digital payment experience. I think the second accelerating factor is that digital payment, I mean, is more and more simple, easy to do, especially when it comes to payment without any contact. And we see a lot of that now in Europe, you know, when you're only with your mobile, but it's also true in India, of course, and also in the US, but only with your mobile, you can directly, without any contact, pay your service or your product. And number three, we see also security in the digital payments, which has improved a lot, especially leveraging on artificial intelligence type of solution, what we call the fraud detection, and making now digital payment perhaps the most secure way of paying worldwide. And you know that we are very close to our partner Worldline, and Worldline is the European champion of digital payment and has invested a lot, of course, consolidating the market to make sure that digital payments are fully secured and easy to use by all citizens.
How are digital platforms and digital payment and some of this making it possible for achieving decarbonization and sustainability goals for companies in particular, but countries at large?
Yeah. No, absolutely right. I think obviously, perhaps just to give a few numbers, we see today digital activities. So not only digital payments, I would say, but the overall digital activities responsible for 4% basically of the global CO2 emissions in the planet. But also, we know that digital solutions can have also a huge impact to decrease these carbon emissions up to 15 or 20% according to the experts. So in other terms, digital is part of the problem, but a big part also of the solution to move to a carbon neutral world. And you know that especially in Europe, there have been very strong commitments towards carbon neutrality at the horizon of 2050 in the context of the Paris Agreement against climate change. And we see a lot of countries also mobilizing, continents mobilizing themselves towards decarbonization. And here again, my view is that obviously digital, and in particular digital platforms, have a key role to play. Because, of course, companies like Ethos, and we see that also from our customers, would not achieve this alone. And decarbonization is a collective effort from all an ecosystem to drive new initiatives, new solutions, helping to better respect the environment. And in this respect, I think digital platforms where you can exchange data with the right trust and confidence. And in Europe, we are developing some standards to do that. And it's the same, of course, at international level, to exchange data with full trust and confidence, and therefore find new ways of engaging a full ecosystem to decarbonize. If I had to give an example, this is very true, for instance, for the waste industry. So how you can be extremely close in between the manufacturer and the retailer, for instance, to exchange data and to make sure that you can recycle your products. So we see a lot of that today in the market. We see also a lot of cooperation, for instance, to develop, thanks to new quantum computing solutions, ideas to develop, for instance, new materials to capture the CO2 in the atmosphere. So this is quite a fascinating also research based on digital platforms and engaging a full ecosystem of customers and partners.
I'm very happy to introduce you today to Ashok Vaswani. He's the CEO for the global consumer and payments for Barclays. Before this, Ashok has held several CEO portfolios in Barclays since 2010. I'm very happy to have you here, sir. So the first question to you is, I think we touched upon it some time ago. This is about the proliferation on the global digital payments space. I would like to invite your thoughts on the major challenges for new players, especially since they will be competing with global giants like Visa and MasterCard. So what are your thoughts around that?
So I think you've got to kind of segregate this market out, right? Visa and MasterCard are networks. They are, in a sense, the infrastructure that facilitates the payments, right? The fintech companies and the other new technology companies or new financial institutions, for example, can leverage Visa, MasterCard, or can leverage other such financial infrastructure. So, for example, in the UK, we have something called fast real-time payments, right? This fast real-time payments is now being exported to Singapore, to United States, and other markets, right? Those real-time payments are also digital payments. And then these kind of companies can leverage whatever infrastructure they find most suitable for their clients and customers.
So what are the impact on the newer players for this?
I think there's a lot of opportunity. This is a tremendous area of opportunity because payments is being rapidly transformed, rapidly innovated. And, as you've seen over the pandemic, the level of digitization of payments or the level of digital payments has just gone through the roof. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity for all, whether it's the financial institutions or the new companies who want to get into this space.
And I'm sure along with the opportunities, there are also threats. There is perhaps newer players may not have the kind of infrastructure that bigger players have. So what are your thoughts around both the opportunities for these new players, the way it is growing? So is it here to stay, one? And two, what are the kind of threats around frauds and scam and cybersecurity? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, right? Look, to my mind, there is no question that digital payments is only going to increase, right? And I think we look back to history and say 2020 was an inflection year, right? As to what was happening at a secular rate of 3, 4, 5%, suddenly went to like a 15, 20% increase and continues to increase there. So in my mind, no question, digital payments only way up. However, digital payments, the implications of that are pretty significant. And I think we should look at the implications of this across 4 major stakeholders. The first is consumers and small businesses. Second is government and regulators. Third is banks and established financial institutions. And fourth is networks, right? So if you look at it from a consumer and a small business perspective, from a consumer perspective, clearly the level of convenience is much, much, much higher. You sit down at any point in time, you make a couple of taps on your phone, all your payments done, bills paid, and stuff like that. Consumer also loses control because it now feels like a game. Money comes in, money goes out. That physicality of cash is kind of gone, and control becomes an important thing. For small businesses, this is a way of getting money much faster. You know how big businesses and others take advantage of small businesses by extending levels of credit. This can speed up the velocity of cash in the system. The good old, when I was growing up, the good old adage that the check is in the mail is now dead. So that's an interesting thing. But combined with this, for both consumers and small businesses, to your point, we have to really worry about things like fraud and scams. Fraud is when you're cheated. Scam is when you think you're doing the right thing and you land up doing something wrong yourself. And I think the regulators and the governments will have to kind of quickly move in to introduce some level of friction such that people are not frauded or scammed. So that is from the consumer and small business kind of perspective. From a government and regulator perspective, the good news is there's much more accountability of where the money flows. Therefore, things like tax, VAT, GST, all of that, is harder to evade. Anti-money laundering, KYC, all of these things become tighter and become better. But these governments and regulators will have to find ways to build out their own infrastructure, their own digital infrastructure to deal with this growth. Being totally dependent upon folks like Visa and MasterCard could potentially have issues, right? And therefore you see markets like Russia, India, Turkey, China, all developing their own infrastructures. Now, the own infrastructures are in one way reducing reliance on foreign infrastructure, but they have to learn how these infrastructures work. I mean, Visa, MasterCard have been doing it for the last 60 years. Chargebacks, rules, regulations, interoperability across the world. These are big issues that governments and regulators will have to kind of deal with. If you think of banks and established FIs, the whole business model for banking, this inertia, which really banks make a lot of money based on inertia, on money just lying around, whether it's in a current account, whether it's in a savings account, that inertia, or people had to pay fees to move money around, or a check means 2 or 3 day float, or a foreign check meant a 21-day float. That inertia from banking is going to disappear. So banking business models are going to come under tremendous amounts of pressure to find ways to replace these kind of revenues. But they're lower cost. Handling cash is a very expensive proposition. And therefore, reduction in cash, reduction in the need for branches obviously kind of helps. Banks will have to worry about resilience, because when you're talking about digital payments, you're telling the customer, I am there for you 24/7. Then you can't afford not to be there. And therefore, how to make sure that your systems are resilient and above all, are prevented from things like cyber attacks, right? And therefore, investment in systems for resilience, cyber attack, very critical. Fintechs can take a lot of advantage of this situation, because fintechs can move money around quicker, can take data. For example, in the UK, they've launched something called open banking, which allows a customer to move data from any bank all into one place or to some other place. So I could be somebody who's just doing lending. Normally, a lender who doesn't have a current account is disadvantaged because they don't know the behavior of the customer. With open banking, they can get the customer data, right? And therefore, these kind of advances and innovation will help fintechs and big banks do a lot more. And in fact, this gives rise to new business models. At Barclays, for example, we've been pushing digital receipts, right? So when you do a transaction, you do it digitally. Why don't you get a receipt there and then? Now imagine you've done a transaction, you get a receipt there and then. Why can't you then do the whole return process based on that receipt, just using a QR code, right? That gives you what we call SKU level data, which is the individual items bought. Under a normal credit card or a debit card, you know you went to, what's the best supermarket in India now? Reliance. You know you went to Reliance Retail, right? But you don't know what I bought at Reliance Retail. With SKU level data, I know exactly what you bought. And therefore, those kind of business models using analytics, what is that kind of change? And the final element is networks. Networks have to make sure that they're trusted, that they're completely reliable, right? They have to keep sure that their rules and regulations keep pace, right? And have to worry about cross-border operability.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nasir. Next, we have the Buddhavata dance troupe from Sri Lanka, who have been performing professionally with the vision of promoting the exotic traditional dances of Sri Lanka, fused with all kinds of Indian and contemporary dance styles. Carving a niche, the troupe's wonderful performances have not only won the hearts of audiences, but also facilitated and enhanced diplomatic relations between many countries and their culture.
मैं सब कुछ छੱਡ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਫਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਯਾਰਾ ਵੇਖ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਯਾਰੀ ਤੇਰੀ ਵੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜਿਸਮਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਯਾਰੀ ਯਾਰੀ ਤੇਰੀ ਵੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜਿਸਮਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ बेथका होना मेरे नाल मैनू पता बस लारे आ वे तू व्याह नहीं कराना मेरे नाल मैनू पता बस लारे आ वे तू व्याह नहीं कराना मेरे नाल झमाझम नाच आजे धमाधम ढोल बाजे नॉन स्टॉप हल्ला मचेगा ओए नाचो सारे अपनी फेमस है रात वाली यारियां जाले सारा जहां सोगाड़ा तारा छबीला तारा रंगीला तारा रंग वेद जुए तारी बात सोगाड़ा तारा ओए छबीला तारा ओरे रंगीला तारा रंग बेग जुए तारी बात रे सोगाड़ा तारा
an Indian yogi, an author who is also a recipient of the Padma Vibhushan in 2017 in recognition for his contribution to the field of spirituality. He stood 92nd in the Indian Express list of 100 most powerful Indians in 2012 and stood 40th in India Today's list of 50 most powerful Indians in 2019. Let's welcome Sadhguru.
Namaskaram to all of you at the Rotary International Zonal Institute. My best wishes and blessings to all of you for this event that you're doing. So these are strange times where everything is online, so I'm very much with you. May the event be successful. May many benefit from all the efforts that you're doing as a part of Rotary International. I always held Rotary International in high regard. I hope you continue this work because it is more needed than ever before right now, both for this country and everywhere else. Namaskaram. Once again, best wishes and blessings.
On a certain day, the pig went up to the cow and said, "I know you give milk, but I give pork. Why is it that you are so much loved and treated well, and I am not?" The cow looked at the pig kindly and said, "I give milk when I'm alive and here. That's a choice you have, whether you want to be a pork or a milk-giving cow. You want to give when you're alive, or people are waiting for you to be dead so that they can get what you have." What should I give? I don't want to talk about, or I don't want to tell anybody what they should give. But what's precious to you, that you must give. Something that's not precious to you, if you give, that's not giving. Whatever is precious to you, what you value, that's what you must offer. What is worthless with you, that's what you give, that's not the point. That's not giving, that's just cunning, trying to buy a ticket to heaven. If you go with this kind of mind set into the heaven, we don't know what the hell is there. But one thing is for sure, if it's a good place, it'll mock at you. I always find when you have a filthy mind, if you're among people who are not like you, it looks like everybody's mocking at you, everybody's talking about you, everybody is saying something about you right now. This is the problem, that people will suffer. So if heaven happens to be a good place, I have no intention of going there. So I have never bothered to find out. So if you're trying to buy a ticket to heaven with your goodness, this kind of a tricky mind will suffer most if that happens to be a good place. But if only your kind have gotten there, you'll suffer even more, because you know how it'll be if there are 10 people like you. For every little bit they have a calculation. If you live among people where for everything there is a calculation, if you are one of them, and you know how horrible it is to have 10 like you, yes. So, to give that which is precious to you. What is most precious to a human being? His own life, his own self is what is most precious to him. So one who chooses to give of himself or herself, not what's in his pocket, not what is in his body, not what is in his mind, but himself. Whatever is most precious. If you know how to share that, then we don't know about the people. You are longing for people's attention. You're longing for people's affection and love because you do not know how to make all these trees fall in love with you. You do not know how to make the grass that you walk upon to caress you tenderly and bless you, the air that you breathe to become one with you, the food that you eat, longing to get into you and become you. All these things are anyway happening. The question is whether you are there to receive it or not. Anyway, it's happening. The food that you eat becomes a part of you, air that you breathe, it keeps your life going. What the tree exhales, you inhale. This is not a new phenomenon. It is always there. It's a life process. It is just that, are you there to receive it willingly, consciously, that every breath becomes an ecstatic process for you, that you don't have to seek attention and affection and stand in a queue for tickets to heaven. It doesn't matter. Even if you fall into a septic tank, don't turn into a pig, which gives only when it's dead. To give when you're well, to give when you're alive, to give when it matters to you. That's what is most important. So should I give? So I want to give, I want to give. Giving is great. No, I want you to understand. There is nothing for you to give. What the hell do you have to give? If you sit here, life is being given to you by charity, free. You just have to learn to receive. What is there to give? One who came with nothing in his hands, what the hell can he give? You can only take something from here and put it here, take something from here and put it there, take something from there and put it here. That's all you can do. Just putting it where it's needed. That's all you can do. Did you come with an investment? Are you a venture capitalist or something? When you ventured into this planet, did you come with your own investment? Came with nothing. So who the hell are you? What can you give? What do you have to give? You can take one thing from one place and put it in another place. Putting it in the right place and receiving the bounty of joy and fulfillment of putting things in the right place. Everything that's life, everything that's beauty, everything that's ecstatic, you can only receive, you cannot give. If you learn to receive gracefully, that's the best giving. People have always made giving into a big deal. and they believe they're giving. The only thing that you can share, that you can call sharing, is yourself. Everything else you picked up on the planet. You pick it up here and if you leave it there, is that giving? That's not giving. That is just sensible living, that's all. The only and only thing, if at all, if you can call as giving, is that you shared the very life within you. This is the opportunity. This is the privilege that we want to offer to everybody, that you have the possibility of sharing who you are. Because that's the only giving, that's the only act that you can reasonably term as giving. Everything else is transportation. No? Just transportation, isn't it? From here to there, there to here, because you didn't bring anything. It's always been here, shifting places. Something that you consider as yours, if you put it in their house also becomes yours. Yes or no? Yes, isn't it? You can have the world. Either you can try to have the world, rather, by conquest. And nobody has managed that till now, fortunately. Not that it's not possible, it's possible. But fortunately, till now it's not been possible. Another way to take the world is by inclusion. Sitting here, you can make it yours. This is a more intelligent way. And for sure, a successful way of doing things. If this whole world is yours, by inclusion, you know, I'm letting all of you breathe, eat, do whatever you want. Just as giving. Have the joy of giving, because it doesn't matter, all of you can live on my world, no problem. You can eat as much as you want, no problem, because we have no issue, because you can't take anything and escape. Whatever you take, after some time you'll put it back. So what's my problem? You can live on my world, no problem. Are you capable of taking something with you? If you are that kind of a super thief, then we are even more happy with you, because you will take it somewhere and that also will become ours. And now this is not just playing with words. This is the experience of a yogi. A yogi means one who sees the existence as himself. A union has happened. This is the fundamental goal of yoga. To achieve this union, if you sit here, everything is one with you. It is not even yours, it's you. Now you can give. Everything is yours. You can let them take. Which is better? You giving, or you let them take what they want? Let everybody take what they want. We have no fear. They can use it and then anyway put it back. Some will use it gently, some will use it in brash ways, but they'll all put it back. Nobody won't take it anywhere.
Real courage is doing the right thing when nobody is looking. Today on this occasion, Rotary would like to thank and recognize all the heroes out there who are doing fantastic work at the ground level and bringing about sustainable change without looking for recognition or accolades. Let's see who they are.
My dear Rotarian leaders of India and the world, I am Dr. Badi Namdar, Chair of Rotary's Humanity Awards for Unsung Heroes. Let me start by a quote by Helen Keller. She said that world is moved not only by mighty shows of the heroes, but also by aggregate of tiny pushes of each selfless workers. What she probably said is that these workers are unsung heroes. These are the ones who give life to others, their lives. These are the ones who give their commitment to others. These are the ones who give their might to others. These are the ones who exemplify what Mahatma Gandhi said once, that you find yourself when you lose yourself in the service of others. They live by Rotary's motto, your and my motto, service above self. So today we are going to celebrate their life's work, by giving them a citation and a cash award of ₹1 lakh. They are the individuals who deserve every bit of it. In fact, this is tiny compared to their monumental work that they have done. I must thank our editor Kamal Sangvi for having appointed me as a chair for this prestigious committee. And I must also thank large-hearted donors who spontaneously, selflessly came forward to celebrate lives of these unsung heroes. These are the ones. So let's get inspired, let's get motivated, let's get charged to immerse ourselves in our work, Rotary's work. Let us indeed find our calling, our true self, by losing ourselves in the service of others. Let us indeed seek God's blessing for Rotary, for you and me, for these unsung heroes and for our communities. Thank you.
Ayappa Masagi, Water Gandhi. Ayappa Masagi, originally an engineer in L&T and now a founder of Water Literacy Foundation, has successfully implemented water conservation projects across states, industries, farms and homes. For anyone who is worried about India's water crisis, Ayappa Masagi's solution is simple: conserve. This man, popularly referred to as water magician, water Gandhi and water doctor, firmly believes that India can manage its water resources well and be a water efficient country. Ayappa is famous for reversing the fortunes of thousands by getting them to practice rainwater harvesting and water conservation. He has recharged more bore wells and constructed more lakes than probably anyone else in the country. In 2004, Ayappa received the Ashoka Fellowship for his conservation efforts. Padma Shri Jadav Paing, Forest Man of India. Jadav Molai Paing, born in 1963, is an environmental activist and forestry worker from Majuli, popularly known as the Forest Man of India. Over the course of several decades, he has planted and tended trees on a sandbar of the river Brahmaputra, turning it into a forest reserve. The forest, called Molai Forest after him, is located near Kokilamukh of Jorhat, Assam, India, and encompasses an area of about 1,360 acres. In 2015, he was honoured with Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India. He was born in the indigenous Missing tribe of Assam. In 1979, Paing, then 16, started working on forest under social forestry division in 1979, Paing, then 16, started working on forest under Social Forestry Division in Kolaghat district planting trees to create forests. After 5 years, he stayed on and continued to plant trees to create forests. The forest, which came to be known as Molai Forest, now houses many wild animals, birds, and has several thousand trees. Some of the animals are Bengal tigers, Indian rhinoceros, and over 100 deer and rabbits. A herd of around 100 elephants regularly visits the forest every year and generally stay for around 6 months. Molai Forest is also home to monkeys and several varieties of birds, including a large number of vultures. There are several thousand trees, including Valkol, Arjun, Ejar, Gulmohar, and many more. Bamboo covers an area of over 300 hectares. Kulvinder Kaur Minhas, Jhuggiwala School. After quitting her job as a principal, Miss Kulvinder Kaur Minhas, who is also a prolific writer in Punjabi, started teaching slum children, interacting with them, imparting them lessons on various subjects, sharing with them interesting bits of history and science. In the process, she created Jhuggiwala schools for ragpicker children who underwent domestic violence, child abuse and neglect, who are being taught subjects and personal social hygiene, transforming them completely. So far, she has benefited more than 500 children who have joined mainstream of education and have been diverted from a possible life of crime. Taslima Nasreen, giving dignity to transgenders. Taslima Nasreen is a transgender woman who has broken all customs and rules to come up with a unique initiative of starting a food catering business entirely by the transgender community. She also supported and trained many other transgender women for catering and helped them start their own food catering business and in other ways of livelihood too. Being a victim of discrimination herself, she is striving hard to ensure a safe and dignified life for all transgenders. Taslima personally has trained over 50 transgender women in various ways with which they can become independent. Taslima, along with her team, had built a school in a remote tribal village in Coimbatore where education is not easily accessible by any means. People were deprived of their basic needs. Building a school in such a far-off location has helped the kids of the village. As transgenders, they are blessed to experience the soul and spirit of being both their peers. It's really a high time for the society norms and ideologies to be discarded and embrace the change for the good of humanity, because love and respect is all that everyone seeks. Dr. Abhijit Sonawane, Doctor for Beggars. Due to inspiration provided by an elderly beggar in 2015, Dr. Sonawane quit his job with a mission to provide free treatment to beggars and the homeless. Since then, he has been running a mobile practice across Pune, examining, administering first aid if necessary, and prescribing medicines all on the street. He also pays for surgeries and hospitalization in critical cases. On an average, says Sonawane, he ends up reaching out to a little over 1,000 people a month. His funding comes from donations to Soham Trust, which he set up a few years ago. Apart from medical treatment, he also helps some set up their own business, tea stalls, vada pav kiosks, or selling puja essentials like oil, flowers, and packaged prasadam outside temples. So far, he has been able to help more than 100 families set up their own small businesses.
As we come to the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please put on your dancing shoes and grab a drink as we welcome the versatile Indian playback singer and eclectic performer, Khushbu Grewal.
ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, तीर ऐसा चला दर्द ऐसा लगा, तीर ऐसा चला दर्द ऐसा लगा, जो दिल में जो खाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रश के कमर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, ओ मेरे रश के कमर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, नमस्ते, सत श्री अकाल, कैसे हैं आप सब लोग? मैं हूँ खुशबू ग्रेवाल and I am so happy, honored, privileged to be a part of the Odyssey Rotary Institute 2020-21. Woohoo! तालियां तालियां, come on everybody, clapping clapping. देखो ऑडियंस तो है नहीं, हमें खुद ही अपने लिए तालियां बजानी पड़ेंगी, सबके लिए भी आज हम ही तालियां बजानी पड़ेंगी. So let's do that. Well, the world has changed. 2020 has been a very very different year and I'm sure जितने भी लोग आज रोटरी के, जितने भी रोटरी के परिवार, रोटरी के मेंबर्स, रोट्रैक्स, यंग रोटेरियंस ये शो देख रहे हैं, आई एम श्योर आप लोग सब थक चुके हैं घर बैठे बैठे, मैं भी थक गई हूँ, ट्रस्ट मी. एंड as much as I would have liked that we would have met, हम लोग face to face मिलते और साथ में मिलके डांस करते, enjoy करते. I have been a part of many Rotary functions and it's one of the best audience. And I've grown up as a Rotary family myself because my father, my mother were a part of Rotary International, and I know what an amazing community, what an amazing club it is. So first of all, thank you so much for thinking of me and remembering me and calling me yet again to be a part of this amazing function today. So सबसे पहले तो आप सबके लिए ढेर सारी तालियां कि आप लोगों ने अपनी स्पिरिट नहीं छोड़ी. एग्जैक्टली, बचाओ 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 कि इस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में भी given the global scenario, Rotary has not lost its spirit, and no matter where we are, what we're doing, we're all together in spirit and we're all together today as we come together. It's the 16th of January. There's another reason to celebrate because my birthday है आज. Okay, so you all can wish me wherever you are. All right, and it's a very special evening क्योंकि मैंने आज अपने बर्थडे की शाम आप लोगों को डेडिकेट की है for Rotary International. So agenda बहुत ही सिंपल है. ये लोग ब्लैक सूट पहनकर आ गए हैं क्योंकि आज हम लोग शादी पे तो नहीं आए हैं बट माहौल नाचने का ही होने वाला है. सो इवन इफ यू आर होम, don't be shy of just getting up and dancing. Just kick off your shoes. Even if you're in your night suits, it doesn't matter. That's the best thing about a virtual show. कि तैयार होके नहीं जाना, So wherever you are, you're comfortable in your PJs. And yeah, so let's get the party started. जोश ही जोश में मेरे आगोश में, जोश ही जोश में मेरे आगोश में, आके तूने लगाई मजा आ गया, हो मेरे रश के कमर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया. For all the challas in the house, come on, all the challas, make some noise. 1, 2, 3, go! ये है जो मजनू, इन्हें क्या मैं समझूं, और रोज हो जाते हैं ये किसी न किसी पे फिदा, हो जाए इसके पीछे, हो जाए उसके पीछे, क्या ठिकाना है इनका, हो जाए कबला पता, ओ इनकी मोहब्बत तुझसे दीवाना बेताब हुआ बर्बाद हुआ भूल गया अपना भी नाम मेरा नाम तेरा ऐसे याद हुआ इश्क करके तुझसे दीवाना बेताब हुआ बर्बाद हुआ भूल गया अपना भी नाम जब नाम तेरा ऐसे याद हुआ टाइटल टाइटैनिक हो हुआ किनारा दिखा करके दगा कर गया चला मेरा आशिक चला वल्ला मेरा बलमा चला वल्ला मेरा आशिक चला वल्ला हो मैंने समझा था गोल्डन जुबली जिसे हाँ समझा था गोल्डन जुबली जिसे हाँ वो तो मैंने नहीं दिखा करके जुम्मा ले गया चला मेरा आशिक चला बल्ला मेरा बलमा चला बल्ला मेरा आशिक चला बल्ला Okay, you know what, this one is for all those ladies in the house जो लाल दुपट्टा लेकर बैठी हैं. Okay, so this one's dedicated to all of you. हवा में उड़ता जाए मेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का मेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का हो जी इधर उधर लहराए मेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का मेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का हो जी उड़ जब जुल्फी तेरी उड़ जब जुल्फी तेरी कबारियों का दिल मचले दिल में. You know what, I have to tell you, जब भी हम जुल्फों की बातें करते हैं तो अक्सर हमारे माइंड में जो विजुअल आता है is the visual of this beautiful lady who's probably flicking her hair and वो जुल्फों का slow motion shot जा रहा है. But this song I particularly want to dedicate to all the men folk in our lives, all the handsome men of Rotary who I'm sure must be looking so dapper tonight, all dressed for today's evening function. And it's very sad that जब party में couple आता है तो all the compliments go to the lady but nobody appreciates the man. So this song I dedicate to all the men in the house and all the men in our families, in our lives. Okay, for all you handsome men. उड़े जब जुल्फे तेरी कबारियों का दिल मचले जिन मेरी जब ऐसे चिकने चेहरे तो कैसे न नजर फिसले जिन मेरी Okay, ये एक गाना है. पहले तो बताइए दिल्ली के, I'm sure बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ होंगे. So I can't see. I wish I could see you all and I wish I could dance with you all. But all the people who love Delhi and who are from Delhi, आई हो कहाँ से गोरी आँखों में प्यार लेके चढ़ती जवानी की पहली बहार लेके दिल्ली शहर का सारा मीना बाजार लेके दिल्ली शहर का सारा मीना बाजार लेके कुर्ता ये जाली वाला उस पर मदन की माला कुर्ते ने ले ली मेरी जान हाय रे मैं तेरी कुर्बान दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे अपना बना ले मेरी जान हाय रे मैं तेरी कुर्बान गजरा मोहब्बत वाला अखियों में ऐसा डाला गजरा मोहब्बत वाला अखियों में ऐसा डाला गजरे में ले ली मेरी जान हाय रे मैं तेरी कुर्बान दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे दुनिया है मेरे पीछे लेकिन मैं तेरे पीछे अपना बना ले मेरी जान हाय रे मैं तेरी कुर्बान हाय रे मैं तेरी कुर्बान. ओके, ये एक ऐसा गाना है जो हम सब ने बचपन से सुना है. वी लव्ड इट. हम सब ये गाना गाते हैं. सो आई एम ट्रस्टिंग यू ऑल कि आप लोग जहां पे भी हैं आप लोग मेरे साथ ये गाना गाएंगे क्योंकि अगर मैं आपके सामने होती आई वुड हैव मेड श्योर दैट यू ऑल सिंग विद मी. सो डोंट चीट. ओके, नो चीटिंग. बच्चों की तरह चीटिंग नहीं करनी है. You all have to be honest and you all have to sing with me, all right? हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालण. हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालण. जिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालण. जिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. ओ लाल मेरी है लाल मेरी. Let me see your hands up in the air. I mean, I can't see, but you see your hands up in the air. Let's do it. Come on. इन्हीं लोगों ने, इन्हीं लोगों ने, इन्हीं लोगों ने, इन्हीं लोगों ने, इन्हीं लोगों ने ले ली ना दुपट्टा तेरा. इन्हीं लोगों ने ले ली ना दुपट्टा तेरा. इन्हीं लोगों ने ले ली ना दुपट्टा तेरा. हाँ दुपट्टा तेरा. ओ दुपट्टा तेरा. हाँ दुपट्टा तेरा. ओ दुपट्टा तेरा. चार चराग तेरे बलन हमेशा. चार चराग तेरे बलन हमेशा. चार चराग तेरे बलन हमेशा. पंजवा में बालन आयो भला झूले लालण. ओ पंजवा में बालन. पंजवा में बालन आयो भला झूले लालण. सिंगड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. ओ लाल मेरी है लाल मेरी. Let me see all your chumkas. Come on. Chumka there. One more time. पल्लो लट के मारो पल्लो लट के. पल्लो लट के मारो पल्लो लट के. जरा सो टेढ़ो हो जा पाल माँ. पल्लो लट के. पल्लो लट के मारो पल्लो लट के. जियो हट के मारो जियो हट के. जरा सो टेढ़ो हो जा पाल माँ. पल्लो लट के. पल्लो लट के मारो पल्लो लट के. Okay, this next song is going to the convener, Rotary International Director Kamal Sangvi ji and Sonal. सर पे टोपी लाल हाथ में रेशम का रुमाल. ओ तेरा क्या कहना. ओ सर पे टोपी लाल हाथ में रेशम का रुमाल. ओ तेरा क्या कहना. ओ गोरे गोरे गाल गाल में उलझे उलझे बाल. ओ तेरा क्या कहना. ओ सर पे टोपी लाल हाथ में रेशम का रुमाल. ओ तेरा क्या कहना. Woohoo! All right, now it's time to get all the baby dolls on the dance floor. Well, this is one song that we all have loved. So let's come on, let's get on the dance floor on the baby dolls. Come on, let's do this together. I'd also like to thank Chairman the Odyssey Rotary, Sanjay Khemkaji and Minakshi, Secretary John Daniel and Meera, and of course, like I said, the convener Rotary International Director Kamal Sangvi and Sonalji for putting this entire show together and making sure that everybody has such a blast. Well, ladies and gentlemen, have fun tonight. It's dedicated to Rotary, to the Odyssey. All right. Up in the air and let's do this together. Come on, everyone. With Jacqueline Fernandez, let's all do the step. Okay, so now let's see. Sade naal sare thumakde ki nahi thumakde ho jaye. I want to see Rotary kitna thumakda. Come on, boys and girls, show me your thumka. Woohoo! Thumakde. Tu hogi what to do, kuliye what to do. right. Well, now it's time for some Punjabi because, you know, I know we have people from India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and of course a lot of other places. A lot of people from the US, Canada are also tuning in to watch this streaming right now with Rotary International. But, you know, no matter where you are, Punjabi music is what keeps you rocking. So let's give it up, put your hands up, let's do the Bhangra, boys and girls, kyunki thwadi ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਸਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, Rotary International ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਅੰਸ਼ੂ, ਸਿਧਾਰਥ, ਰੁਚਿਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ. So let's do ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਚੱਕ ਦੇ. I want to see everybody's hands up in the air, all the shoulders going this. Come on. Very easy. Come on, let's do this. ਨੱਚਦੇ ਟੱਪਦੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਖੁੱਲ ਗਏ ਬਲੈਕ ਕਲਰ ਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਨੱਚਦੇ ਟੱਪਦੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਖੁੱਲ ਗਏ ਬਲੈਕ ਕਲਰ ਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਿੱਤਾ ਜੋ ਦਿਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਫਰ ਤੂੰ ਕਿੱਤਾ ਜੋ ਦਿਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਫਰ ਝਟਪਟ ਮੈਂ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਮੈਂ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਰੋਟਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ This is for Rotary. ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਿਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਿਆ ਉਹ ਲੱਕ ਪਤਲਾ ਬਨਾਰੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨੈਣ ਉਹਦੇ ਝੁਮਕੇ ਬਨਾਰੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦੋ ਮਿੱਟੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਿਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ दिल चोरी साडा हो गया की करिए दिल चोरी साडा हो गया की करिए नैनों में किसी के खो गया की करिए ओ मैडम तेरी चाल तेरे सिल्की बाल अब मैं इससे ज्यादा क्या करूं ओ मेरा शेम टल्ली ओ मेरा शेम टल्ली ओ मेरा शेम टल्ली हो गया की करिए दिल चोरी साडा हो गया की करिए नैनों में किसी के खो गया की करिए Hoy, hoy, a song that we all love. Let's do this together. Come on. गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार ओ रब्बा लगना किसे नू जावे गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार ओ रब्बा लगना किसे नू जावे गुड़ नाल इश्क मिठार ओए ओए सड़कों पे चले जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे बेबी नकली से नकली तो करे जब देखे हमें झूठी काला काला चश्मा जचता गोल मुखड़े पे जैसे काला दिल जचता है तेरी मुंह पे अपनी अदाओं से ज्यादा भी मस्त वाला लड़के तुम्हारी देती हूँ तेरे नाती तुम्मा बह गई ना तू चंडीगढ़ तो आई तेनू देख के होके पर्दे निखर जाऊंगा बिच सिपाही थोड़ी ते काला दिल कुड़िए रुको 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 रुको, हाँ जी, साथ में मिलके तो नहीं गा सकते, पर आप वहां पे गाइए और हम इधर पे गाएंगे। तेरू काला चश्मा जचदा है गोरे मुखड़े ते, तेरू काला चश्मा जचदा है गोरे मुखड़े ते, तेरू काला चश्मा जचदा है गोरे मुखड़े ते। And that is Bollywood. And everybody loves filmy songs, and everybody loves being totally filmy. And that's exactly what I'm going to test right now. कि रोटरी वाले कितने फिल्मी, वैसे तो मुझे पता है क्योंकि मैंने रोटरी वालों के साथ बहुत पार्टी करी है और रोटरी वाले महा फिल्मी है, and I love that. So you know what? I'm going to check your filmy question right now because अभी जो हम करने वाले हैं ये है बॉलीवुड का एक एपिक पार्टी सॉन्ग जिसने 90s में हंगामा मचा दिया था, but it's a song that you can play any time and you can dance on any time. So हो जाए 1 2 का 4. Come on, let's do this. Woohoo! Anil Kapoor style. Everybody put your hands up.
ladies and gentlemen. Well, you know what? ये तो हो गया अनिल कपूर स्टाइल, हमने बॉलीवुड स्टाइल कर लिया, पंजाबी स्टाइल कर लिया. But you know what? एक है हमारी पार्टी एंथम, बच्चन साहब की पार्टी एंथम, जो हर बार हर पार्टी में चलती ही चलती है. Okay, so yeah, how many Amitabh Bachchan fans in the house? Come on, put your hands up. Okay, you know, I think every Indian, every Bollywood fan is an Amitabh Bachchan fan. So we're going to do this one together, okay? And you all have to sing with me, and you all have to dance with me. Come on, Rotary, let's do this together. Come on. Oh, rang barse bhige chunar wali, rang barse kine mari पिचकारी तोरी, अरे भीगी अंगिया, ओ रंग रसिया, रंग रसिया. ओ रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे, ओ रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे, ओ रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे, रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे. अरे होली खेले रघुवीरा यगन में, होली खेले रघुवीरा, अरे होली खेले रघुवीरा यगन में, होली खेले रघुवीरा. सोने की थाली में जो ना भरोसा, सोने की थाली में, सोने की थाली में जो ना भरोसा. अगर सामने होते तो आपसे गवाती, बट मैं ही गा देती हूँ. खाबे गोरी का यार बलम तर से, रंग बरसे होली है, ओ रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे, ओ रंग बरसे भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग बरसे. All right, again, all Amitabh Bachchan fans in the house. Let's do this on 1, 2, 3, go. अरियो जुम्मा मेरी जाने मन, बाहर निकल, आज जुम्मा है, आज का वादा है, देख मैं आ गया, तू भी जल्दी आ, मुझे न अब तड़पा. अरे तू बोली थी पिछले जुम्मे को जुम्मा दूंगी, अगले जुम्मे को, आज जुम्मा है तो आजा 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 आजा. हे जुम्मा जुम्मा दे दे, जुम्मा जुम्मा दे दे, जुम्मा 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 ना दे. लोग तो 7 समंदर दूर भी बैठे हुए हैं, तो इन लोगों के लिए एक स्पेशल गाना हो जाए 7 समंदर. लेट्स डू इट फॉर देम. कम ऑन, लेट्स डू दिस. कम ऑन. We have last 5 minutes. Actually, we've overshot the time, but we can't end without the Badshah of Punjabi pop, Diler Mehndi. For me, that is evergreen Punjabi. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some hardcore dancing. Last ke 5 minutes hai. So come on, just forget everything and just start dancing with us. And jitne bhi log north mein hai, bahut thand hai. So the only way to beat the cold is that you have to just move your limbs. So everybody, Rotary International, get up wherever you are and start dancing with me, Khushbu Grewal, and the entire crew right here. Let's do this together on 1 and 2 and 1, 2, 3, go! मजाका नो रोक न पावा अखियां विचों गम दियां मजाका नो तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी महका जागा रता नो रोक न पावा अखियां विचों गम दियां मजाका नो ओ हो 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 इश्क तेरा तड़पावे ओ हो 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 इश्क तेरा तड़पावे ओ हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे गजरा लगा के आई किस में है किस में जबी है गोरी काले बस में है बस में जाना न किस परदेस में है देश में घर की जो चूड़ियां भी आज दिल मेरा ओ सावन में लग गई याद दिल मेरा Rotary International, it was an absolute delight. हम लोगों ने यहाँ बड़ा मजा किया, हम लोगों ने पार्टी करी. I hope आप लोगों ने घर बैठ के उतना ही enjoy किया होगा. Well, before we go, I'd like to once again thank the convener of tonight, Rotary International Director Kamal Sangvi ji and Sonal, the chairman, Odyssey Rotary Institute 2020-21, Sanjay Khemka ji and Meenakshi, and Secretary John Daniel and Meera. Well, you know what? It literally takes a village to put an event together. So, aap log jo ghar baithe hain, don't underestimate the amount of effort and time that has gone into putting this entire event together. And, you know, more so because this is such a new format, it's a virtual show, and it's very difficult to keep people engaged and entertained at the same time when you're on a virtual platform. So I have to say that great effort by the entire team of Rotary and the entire organizing committee. We had an absolutely seamless interaction with them, and we hope that you all enjoyed, and I hope that the situation in the world gets better and we get to meet each other face to face very, very soon. In the meantime, this is all of us here. We have Siddharth on the keyboard, we have Anshu on dhol, Ruchir, Chota Packet Bada Dhamaka, our DJ, manager, everything. And we have Kevin right there inside who's handling sound. There's one person behind camera. We have Awardee Studios right here to thank us. And of course, there's an entire back-end team that's working on making sure that this entire editing and shooting of everything is going perfect. And you get to see it perfectly fine as well. So thank you once again. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Bye-bye.
Super.